3 o'clock. Let's roll. I'd like to call the Town Council work session for October 13th, 2020 to order. Budget Day. Hooray. And Rick wants to make a few opening comments, and then we're going to turn it over to Brian.
Yeah, turn it over to the Brian show. So welcome. Some of you, this will be your first official budget meeting. And I already know that some of you have been paying close attention. We got a long list of questions from Carol yesterday, and I really appreciate how much she was diving into everything and trying to educate herself. And we'll try, and some of them they're really excellent questions, and we want all of you to benefit. And some of them we would touch upon anyways, and we'll make sure we try to address all of those and during the presentation today. One thing I want to point out, this is our first year at being 100% paper free on a budget. It's a little challenging for me to a certain extent because I'm kind of used to grabbing that notebook and looking stuff up, and there's a way to do it, but it's just, you have to go through some steps and do everything electronically. So we have, what you're seeing in the packet is kind of very much the summary of sections. And then many of you are familiar with, there's this much supporting document for every one of those things. And so at any point, if you are looking for more information on something, between Brian and Leslie, they have the ability, and Leslie's on here to help Brian do that, just to open up pages and get responses to questions on a particular thing. If you're saying, well, what's included in this particular category here, we can look at that, and we can, for the most part, we should be able to tell you right away what's in there. There may be a couple little tweaks still that we have to make every time we look at this. It's kind of a natural process. There's a lot of numbers, and sometimes we have to true some things up, and that's part of this process also as we go through. Keep in mind that this is still during the kind of the development stage of the budget. Even though we've done, the majority of the work of where it is, we have the ability to make amendments. We can make amendments all the way up until you adopt the budget formally, which is second meeting in November or first meeting in December, Brian, you remember? Second meeting in November when we do the formal adoption of the budget. So if there's anything you want to change in here today, let's talk about it. If the majority of you think this is, you'd rather see a little, something more here, then yeah, let's talk about it. We'll make those amendments. I'm really proud of staff as we work through this. I think, going back to, we started talking about this as soon as COVID, mid-March. And then, in April, we were making adjustments and bringing what we call our revised 2020 budget to you that involves some pretty significant cuts. A lot of that stuff came out of capital. We've held that line going into this budget for the most part. Some things are down. There are some things up slightly. And typically that's because we've added something like winter operations, right? We're trying new things like the sledding hill, that all of those things have a price tag that wasn't there, before. So that is adding some cost to certain areas where you might see a slight increase. Brian will touch upon many things in here that are making some things look different. One of the things that's come up about 3 times in the last 2 days when we keep going, now, why is this number 6 million more than it was here? Well, in 2019, we bought the Breckenridge Professional Office Building, $6.4 million. And that was put in under, kind of the executive government or area of the budget. So that added additional revenue that, you typically see. And, then we go back and remember, why was that on there? Nicotine's also adding a new twist, the nicotine dollars, to some of the numbers that you're going to see, not only in revenues, but expenditures on there. So Brian will touch on these things, but, I think as we get in, each staff person will spend just a few minutes talking, highlighting kind of what their budget is, which I think is important. This year more than ever, sometimes we've kind of glossed over that because we've concentrated on some other things. And I think there's been a lot of trust between the council and staff that we were, kind of holding that solid line, and we'd communicate whenever we had slight increases. And I think we're all looking at everything a little closer and a little harder right now than maybe what we've done in the past, and staff is prepared for that. So, they're there to answer any questions you have about their particular operation. So other than that, I'm gonna, kick it off, and we'll try to cover everything. And please, if you have a question, don't wait. Let's ask it when we're talking about it. Brian is gonna try to pause and give opportunities, but wave your hand or something. One of us will recognize it, and we'll take a pause and address a question. And usually the best time to ask it is when we're looking at that particular page anyway. So, all right, thanks, and we'll let Brian kind of kick this off.
All right. Thank you, Rick. As Rick mentioned, this is our first year doing this remotely, and the challenges of asking questions and not hearing the other person, it'd be something I'm really going to try to be conscious of. Going to try to go slowly. This is number 4, so I'm going to have to really put some effort out, but I think I can reel it in. But yeah, like Rick said, if I'm just rolling, I'm going to pause after each kind of section to take questions. But yeah, I'm really going to try to make this as painless as possible, being remote and being budget. I know it's not everybody's favorite thing. So without too much further intro, I will.
Give me a call in Leadville, 719-486-18.
Tim, you need to mute. Okay, there you go.
Okay. I was like, how could he have a question already? Okay, let me share screen. Host has disabled participant screen sharing.
There you go. Sorry, man. We're done.
All right. Well,
All right. Good work, everybody.
I guess we're gonna head for the door. Can you hear me, Liberto?
Yep, you should have that option in a second at the bottom of your screen.
Thank you. Boom. Okay. Like Rick was talking about, we share. You guys are seeing. Oh yeah, that's actually our new software. I just wanted to share real quick. This is how we were actually able to do the whole budget virtually. I want to thank Rick and Shannon. They, Rick had to, went from the binder he was used to this new virtual process, which was great. And we're hopeful this can help us in years going forward, even if hopefully we don't have to be virtual, but this will be a great tool going forward. And then just, real quick before we start, I was just going to do a couple of quick motivational slides. I was talking to my kids and I was like, sometimes this gets a little dry for people or whatnot, and they're like, oh, why don't you show some pictures from some movies, that might be inspirational. I said, that's a great idea, kids. So particularly my teenager was very helpful. And she said, it's kind of like a ship sailing into the sea. She said, so why don't you use this picture? So here we are looking to the future. And my understanding is this couple meets on a cruise ship, has a great time, happily ever after. Yeah. So just wanted to show that one. And then Sonia, of course, was like, you're a rough and ready crew. You're ready for anything. So, and they promised me they were also going to watch the recording of this. So thanks, girls. This is great.
It's great foreshadowing too.
Yeah,
exactly. Really set us up for success. I appreciate it. So, there you go. All right, let's get into the packet. I'm using the exact same packet you guys have. So we're going to be able to, do page references as we're going through. So if we do get lost or whatnot, I'm using the exact same page as you are. So if you have any questions, and we're kind of floating around, we can just reference page numbers. So the first thing we look at is our service fund summary. Council will recall that we divide our funds into two major categories: the service funds that you see here, and then we have the reserved and other funds that we'll talk about next week. The reason we do that is so we can answer the question better, the question of how much money do we have to move around? For example, if you wanted to increase plowing, if you wanted to increase public safety, or in 2020, when we released money into the community, it's going to come out of this pot of money. If you do have things that you want to move around, additional measures you want to take, you can't take that money from the water fund, for example. You can't take it from open space because those are designated funds. So that's why we break them into kind of these two large categories. And today will be a longer discussion because there's a lot more decision making on this side of the pie than there is on the water fund, open space, housing. Those are more contained conversations, if you will. So what we have here on our service fund sides, your general fund and your excise fund, which are really, the big hitters. The excise fund collects a lot of the money, then transfers it to the other funds, subsidizes the other funds. And then you also have your capital, your marketing fund. Marketing fund is where the BTO, the Breck Tourism Office, is funded. And then you have your special projects fund, which is Breckenridge Historical Association and Breck Creative Arts are both out of special projects. Child Care Fund contains our child care program, and parking and transit is paying the debt service on this garage right outside my window here, and then also transit and parking enforcement. So that is what's contained in those funds, and we'll be talking about those more in particular, as we go through the packet, as I'm sure you've seen. So what we look at first in 2020 is what was the impact of the revenue decreases and what are the impacts of the budget cuts that we've made. The revenue decreases that we made back in March, and I'm going to jump ahead one slide just so we can detail those a little more. If we look at this left side column, this was our initial budget, okay, coming in at about 34.7 million bucks. It was the most we had ever budgeted for excise revenues. And this was, of course, during I think it was up to 13, 14 years of sustained growth since the Great Recession. So that's how we came in. We came in with 1% over what we actually received in 2019. And that was about 34.7 million bucks. Back in March, obviously it was hitting the fan, things were shutting down, and our estimate to reduce that amount was 13 million bucks. We looked at RET really disappearing. You can see in the column there, 2020 reduction percentages, 75% loss in RET was our initial assumption, and 34% in your excise taxes for the remainder of the year. It was like 60% we were calling for, but we'd already had a decent January, February, so that's why they don't equate to what we thought our decrease was going to be from March forward. So our 2020 reduction came out at 13 million bucks, which left you a net of about 21.7 million. Since then, summer was very successful. The walkable Main Street led to economic activity that actually was more than we saw in 2019. So that was good news, and that obviously has an upward influence on what our 2020 projected revenue ended up being. We also have realized RET that might surpass last year as a record year. And those were two things we didn't predict. Jeffrey predicted it right away. He said summer will be fine and RET will be up. But the rest of us were like, I don't think so. And frankly, yeah, we were off. But if somebody had predicted, hey, summer's actually gonna be pretty good, we would probably put them away back in March. So you see the difference between your 2020 revised budget and the 2020 projected. That's quite a difference. We still have down below, as you can see, some pretty bleak stuff for the winter. 40% down November, December. That's a lot of dollars. So that's still coming down the pike. But the reason it went up so much was this successful summer, and also RET is having a major upward influence on those dollars. So We then go into 2021 on the far right. We drop a little bit in what we're thinking because we're not predicting that good January, February. January, February 2020 came in like the old days. Okay, we were up 2.7%. We were up 7.5%. You can see those down there in the that 2020 column. We're not predicting to have that again in 21. So that's why you have a dip there, and also RET. We're always very conservative with RET when we forecast it for the next year because it can turn off very quickly, like we saw in the Great Recession, or it can defy expectations, turn around and go up. So we don't like to bank on it too much. So we have that $5.5 million budget for RET. So that's why we go down in 2021. So we can go back up here. And when we look at this $6.3 million surplus or net income, if you will, that $8 million was a big part of it. That's a big part of why are we okay? We're also okay because we made our budget cuts, our operational cuts. Our partners gave back a lot of, and when I say partners, I mean BTO, BCA, and BHA. They made operational cuts and also capital cuts. So those are a lot of the big pieces, the big reasons why we're up $6.3 million for 2020. It's great news, but $6 million, if winter shuts off, that could disappear. I mean, that could disappear in theory by the end of this year. Okay, if November and December turn out much worse than this 40% we're looking at. And as Rick said at the beginning, and like we've been doing since March, we're going to remain agile. We're going to take all the latest information we've got, put it in there, and say, okay, here's maybe a revised look at what our surplus is going to be. Let's hope we're surprised like we were with summer. But if we're not, we'll be ready to measure it, and we'll be ready to bring it back to you guys and say, here's the magnitude of what we're looking at. When we go into 2021, it's that same concept, and it's very much rinse and repeat. There's a very different number on this right side. It's not positive 6 million, but we're also spending down capital fund balance about 6 million. And that's kind of a timing thing. When we look at our fund balance reserves that we'll get to in a minute, we control for this. There's kind of a you're spending down your capital fund balance, but since you've already appropriated that, it's not really coming out of your operational funds. So you're very similar in 21 to what you were in 20, with around that $5-6 million to the good if we kind of discount what's happening in capital, and then we'll take a look at where that leaves us in terms of a bank account. So kind of think of this as your profit and loss for your service funds. We're looking pretty strong as a result of the decent 2020 and all of the operational cuts we've made going into 2021. And we made a lot of changes. Yeah, Jeffrey.
Hey, Brett, does if Gallagher, the whole Gallagher amendment passes to repeal Gallagher, does that change anything for us?
Not a lot. We have about, I want to say 3.6 million in property tax revenue in the general fund. And that's not going to swing tremendously regardless of what happens there. It could have an effect there. Actually, I spoke with Frank at the county about it. I said, can you help me get my arms around, what our impact might be? And he said no, because it is complicated. It's very complicated formula, but we are not as exposed as, for example, the county is.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Because we have the deal with the county with the property tax, sales tax thing.
Right.
So that is the big picture, the big fund balance picture. We're looking at about a $60 million checking account in terms of fund balance at the end of 2021. And then we'll talk about our reserves after I pause for questions here. See if there's any questions about the big picture, our revenue assumptions, or anything confusing about what's coming in and out.
Brian, I want to make a point here, because this is where this number gets us in trouble, and it's got us in trouble in a lot of years in the past. People tend to focus in on that. Well, they got $60 million. Why can't they do my sidewalk? Or things like that. And, the point is that money is there, and we have one of the reasons you're showing that is because we have moved capital off the paper. And by off the paper, meaning we've pushed the majority of capital projects out beyond 3 years, so we're not capturing it as part of our council policy and reserving those dollars, because we don't know what the future holds with the revenue during COVID. So, we're very fortunate that we are in a position to have a considerable balance, but that balance will go away really quickly when we start putting all these capital projects back into play. There's like $8 or $9 million on airport road improvements. You have, we've had $4 to $5 million in just a school lot out on McCain that has to get done. And I mean, there's just other ones, countless ones, we still have other phases of the parking garage project that have to get completed and finalized. And so we've talked about these over the years, several $1 million worth of stuff, so.
And some of this includes the reserves that we have to have too, right? I don't mean to skip ahead, but that's included in that 60 million, yeah?
The 60 is gross. Yep. There's a lot of reserves we have to take out of there, and that number goes down pretty quick.
You'll see that later, yeah.
I'm assuming that you ran multiple projections for 2021 revenue, 50% down, 60% down. At what point do we get in serious trouble?
We've actually done it even more granular than that, Eric. We did it month by month. So actually have a cheat sheet here.
Nice.
But for example, December, the value of 10% of December is 400 grand. So that gives you an idea. And if we start to drop down, if just December were to, for argument's sake, shut down, that would be roughly, $2.4 million bucks, just like that, just from where we are now. So we're ready to start changing the model and be very granular in terms of month to month, saying, okay, for argument's sake, November is going to have, we're going to be at a different level of restrictions in November, but we're scheduled to release them in December. We can go month by month and start to look at it that way.
I think we'd have to go to a full shutdown for multiple months to be in a pretty dire situation based on our balances. So that obviously that's one of those worst case scenarios, but it could happen.
It could happen. Hey, my concern is less full shutdown and more not totally understanding what ramifications of this winter will be with, not understanding capacity on the mountain, not understanding exactly what revenues are going to be in town because of, the summer was great. And we're not going to be able to duplicate that success because there's no outside. So
but if you just look at the winter months, and Brian could probably tell you, so on 2021, and that, we know we're projecting those unknown months at 40% down. If just January, February, March, if it's an additional 10% down, that's going to come up with, what is that, Brian, about?
January is about 1.4 million. I'm sorry, 142,000 per 10%.
Yeah.
So if January were to go another, 6.
And what's March? 60. A little higher than that, probably. Generally, in March, one of our bigger months.
333,000 bucks in revenue per 10%.
So I would say for out of those 3 months, you're probably, you're $500,000 to $600,000 short for every 10%. So you could do another 20%, and we'd just be a little over $1 million down, and we have that cushion to absorb that. So in that regard, I think we're setting pretty good right now.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, that's good to know, because the the more realistic possibility in my mind is going to 25%. If we go to level 3, and we're at 25% for our restaurant, retail, communities, and our rec, and the impacts could easily do that 10% or more. So I hope we don't do a full shutdown. I hope we don't go to level 3, but the full shutdown, I think, is less likely. I think if we can't get our numbers together, that 25%, that level 3 is more likely. And so I feel good that we planned for that possibility that we all hope doesn't happen.
And usually if it gets bad like that, Dick, then it's kind of a double whammy, because we're going to lose revenues, and there's a good chance you guys are going to want to help the business community out a little more too. So not only are we losing, we're going to lose revenue, and we're going to increase expenditures like we did this year. But we do have some cushion in there too, and that's what you need to see, so we can be flexible.
Yeah.
And we need to prioritize even in our heads going forward what will be important. There will be people, like Rick said, people always come forward and say, you're not plowing my sidewalk enough, you guys need to get out here. What's going to be more important, those kind of needs, or when FERC comes to us and say they need $1 million because they have people that are starving? We need to make sure that we keep money, even just in the back of our skulls, that we have money available that we can help the community when the time comes, because it will come. I'll guarantee you we're not getting out of this winter without having to cut money loose for assistance for somebody. So don't spend that $60 million.
Yeah, that's our goal. Is kind of twofold: is to be flexible and to be able to respond to and measure any new information we get. Make our best estimates on like near-term revenues, and then also let council know what's safe to release. How much could we look at putting into the community like we did before, without going too low. So those are all those part of our goals. Just very quickly, I passed through one of we'll be moving on to the fund balance page next, but Carol Sod of Breckenridge asks, Carol, you had a really good question. You had asked, I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but May, you had asked, why is May down 43.44% and not just the 40s like the others? And that is because we wanted to peg it to where 2020 actually landed. So we were looking at May as less winter activity, more of a rinse and repeat from what happened in 2020. And these percentages are all being compared to 2019 actual. So we want to hold May flat. So that's why it kind of does a little change there.
And Brian, can you touch briefly on how you landed on down 40% with your projections?
Yes, a lot of discussions. I think it's called the Delphi method, right? When just a bunch of people take guesses and then you kind of average them. Rick's had a lot of talks with Eric and I believe other council members, and really it's a best guess. It really, really is. What happens, the election, the vaccine, therapy, no therapy. We know it won't be the same as 2019. We know it'll be down, but we hope we're wrong. But
we always seem to do better than we project, right? We're good that way. I don't want to say we're lucky. I think we're good that way. And for a lot of reasons. Sometimes it's our nemesis because it involves a lot of people, but our proximity to Denver has always valued us greatly, and our downtown area that people like, and we found people are going to get away from Denver and they're going to come here. And so while I think I want to be somewhat conservative, I also want to be realistic. And so, 40 is where we just landed, but I'll be shocked if we're down 40, honestly, unless we don't get COVID under control. If we can't get COVID under control, then we may be in trouble. I mean, you saw the latest thing Shannon put out from the governor's stuff today. It's not pretty at the state level. So, yeah.
So we're going to move on from kind of how we landed on our revenue projections. Any other questions about these percentages or the 2020, 2021 projection stuff? Okay. Whoop. Sorry. This here is just a real quick illustration of what we depend on here for our revenue. Excuse me. This is townwide. This blue line up here is showing our tax revenue. All these other lines down here, that's everything else. So it's just meant as a quick illustration of the fact that, you know, for example, here where the yellow line ramps up, that was the beginning of your parking management program. So that's nice. Also comes with an associated expense, but it just shows even when you start running a big program like that, it's really dwarfed by the taxes. And then also, not for nothing, it does show, we're finally in one of those dips, I guess, that we've been talking about for many years. And hopefully sooner than later, we'll be looking back at it like, wasn't that something? But that's where we are now. We're seeing that come down. And actually, you can see the parking revenue upticks a little bit because we had it closed for a while there. But this is really just for illustrative purposes to just show taxes and economic activity in the town really kind of rule the day there. Any questions about that information real quick before we move on? Okay, here is our bank account and the things that we have to reserve money for and what's left afterwards. So we'll go through this and I'll try to make it as painless as possible. These are the 12/31/21 fund balances. So the end of next year, the 60 million we've been talking about, that's the number down there, that first column. It has been council's practice to be very conservative about measuring how much net fund balance we have. In other words, how much do we have to really make decisions with, really move around without putting a crimp in our future plans or spending too close to zero and not being ready for emergencies. In this first column are our required reserves. In your general fund, that's TABOR, and then also some restricted fund balance, which Carol, you had asked about what are the different categories of the reserves in the general fund under the required. There's unspendable fund balance, which is an accounting convention that measures things like, to give it the simplest example, like outstanding checks. Okay, we've written some checks maybe that haven't cleared yet. We owe people money, but we haven't paid it out. Things like that, timing differences. It's called unspendable fund balance. So that is also in that $4 million general fund required reserve. We have to have those reserves there. The TABOR reserve is in there. I should know that off the top of my head, but believe it's in there for a couple $1,000,000. And no, we can't use it. This doesn't qualify. The rules around your TABOR reserve are insane. So no, this doesn't qualify for why, you know, when would you use TABOR reserves? You really kind of have to be broke before you use them. So I don't think, hopefully we're not having that conversation. Excise fund is just a small amount of debt reserve for a COP debt payment, which is actually now the 2020 COPs. This is the 2007, but there's a portion of it that we're still refunding. We're still paying on. We basically kind of refinanced. The entire capital fund balance is reserved. That's required because it's all appropriated. In order to free that money up, we would have to take an official action and de-appropriate some projects if you wanted to pull that money out of there. So that's why it's in the required reserve. Marketing fund, the funds in the marketing fund are required to be used for marketing. That is the Bolt business license revenue and also a portion of accommodations tax. We'll talk about that more when we get to the marketing fund. We reserve that. The reality is, since we do also transfer an additional amount into marketing fund that is discretionary, if we really needed to, we could pull that money out of there, but that's not a need right now. But we do reserve it because the practice has always been to use it for marketing. Special projects is BCA, BHA. We reserve that money because those are the intended purposes. You also have your bag fee program in there. That money is legally restricted. Childcare is entirely discretionary. So there's no required reserve there or in P&T. Technically, with the childcare money, if you wanted, you could move it to another purpose tomorrow, but it's always been council's practice to use it for childcare. And that's why that reserve is in this next column, the council policy column. So here is where in the general fund, you have 4 months of operational reserves. You know, if you take that number, do it quick and dirty, you know, multiply it by 3, that's about your general fund expense. That's purely council policy. Council said, set that money aside so that if we have some kind of emergency, we'd always thought it would be a forest fire. We have something to keep the town running for a period of time.
Hey, Brian?
Yep.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Of course.
Do you think that if we want to have some emergency funds, or if we're thinking about possibly having some emergency funds for this year, do you think it's best to just leave those in the general fund and just be able to determine what the need is later? Or would it be better to move some of those funds into different areas?
Like a different reserve, like a kind of a...
Yeah, to identify it's part of our emergency fund up front, or just to wait to see what the need is?
If we wanted to create, well, I guess the short answer would be, I would say that's kind of why this is set up this way, to measure what we have to release
Okay.
either into the community or to, you know, spool up additional programming. So I think this is accomplishing what you're after. In other words, it is in general fund, but it is reserved. You know, we're not going to touch it. It's identified, it's quantified, and we know how much we have to release when and if the time comes.
Okay.
So I think it's accomplishing what you're asking, unless I didn't understand the question.
Well, and are you thinking of an emergency fund that we might use for other organizations? Or
well, I mean, like specifically, I'm thinking of if childcare facilities need some emergency money this winter for any reason.
that should be a different pot of money. This money is really earmarked to make sure we can try to keep general operations going for town government. In the case of a shutdown with no revenue coming in, that we could at least keep operations moving in the general fund. So if you were gonna,
where did we take the money from for FERC last year?
you just pull it out of it comes out of a fund balance, right? Typically, Brian will take it out of general fund or excise fund, and then, so what you end up with when you go in and you look at these things, you'll see where all of a sudden our expenditures are, more than what the original budget was projected, right, because you guys added, 1.5 million in different areas. So,
yeah. Just like Rick was saying, you can see the impact of those grants right here in the general fund balance decrease.
Yeah.
So that flows through to here. So when you do stuff like that, that was $1.5 million in grants. We got 400 grand back from CARES. So that came out of that general fund number. The 19.8 would be about 20.9 million if we hadn't released those funds. So it comes out of your fund balance that way. It flows through to our fund balance analysis.
Yeah, you're in a good position just to continue to operate that way. It really doesn't really do anything. You're just shuffling numbers a little bit. If you take it and move it to somewhere else and set on it for a while, it's not going to solve anything different. I mean, the main thing, our job when you do this is to always, right? We'll tell you if, whoa, you don't have the money to do that. So, yeah.
I mean, Kelly, really the reason to do it would be just to make a statement that we feel that we need to put $3 million away only for COVID related relief, whatever that means, or something like that. So if that's something everybody would want to do, I'd support that. I know it's a shuffle, but it makes a statement that we'll be ready with potentially another $1.5 million in rent assistance and food assistance and daycare assistance.
I like making the statement, but I also feel like it's better to just be able to identify how much is needed when it's needed.
Right.
So I feel like people can hear that the council are committed to that, and we have been in the past.
And it also depends on the organization that's asking and what the assistance is, because some of it might be appropriate to use nicotine dollars for that organization. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So we can create a line in this that would say COVID reserve. Is that the direction we want to go, or are we comfortable leaving it as is?
I mean, I did ask that question. That's exactly what I was asking. But after everyone's input, I think it's best to just leave it the way we were able to react last year, unless somebody feels differently.
Yeah, I think it's good to know that we have it and that we're ready to use it. But I also feel like there's so much unknown, and I don't know, this might be a little optimistic, but I also want our community to know that we believe in them and that we believe in keeping the COVID numbers down to the best of our ability. Now, I know that we can't control everything, but I just want that message out there that it's not a foregone conclusion that things will be bad.
I mean, we have the money. The only one's going to know we moved it is us. And I think we have a perceived commitment that we will use it judiciously when the time comes and the need arises. So, I mean, so as far as I'm concerned, we need to move it as a gesture. We have the will to put it where it's most do the most good.
Everybody good with that? Okay. Thanks, Brian.
Okay.
Move along.
Moving along. Down below here is your capital debt reserve. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped excise. So that was your operations reserve and general fund. In the excise fund, we go through the exercise of looking at the CIP and the next 3 years of the CIP. What we mean by the next is after 2021, we look at 3 years, 22, 23, 24, and we see what public works and parking and transit are going to require for transfers for their capital projects. Those transfers would come from the excise fund. We also assume a base RET level of funding of 2.75 million. So we're always assuming, well, we'll get at least that much in RET that we can use for capital. And then we reserve the remaining amount. So as you'll see, you add those 3 columns up, you get your 8.075 million. And we take that out of excise fund because we say, for argument's sake, if we were getting really low, we only had that 8 million left and we committed it to something else, it'd be like, well, gee, you're going to need that in like 2 years because of what you're planning in your capital. So it's a prospective way of looking out and saying, you've got some big capital plans, so don't spend it down too far. But obviously we went through the exercise of really reducing what that reserve was. Now, that reserve was darn near 20 million bucks, when we did the budget last year. And the exercise we did back in March and April of really moving some of those future projects out, not just the stuff in 2020 and 2021, but we moved some other stuff down to decrease that reserve, delay those projects, and free those funds up. It's something we got, like Rick said at the beginning, something we got to keep an eye on because a lot of important projects have gotten pushed back. And at some point, going to want to bring them back online, but obviously we'll need some more information before we start doing that to a large degree. So that is what that $8 million reserve is in excise. In the capital debt reserve, we've reserved 2 years of debt service for the garage and for broadband. The good news is this number, I believe, was 7 or 8 million bucks before we issued the debt, and we had pretty conservative assumptions, 4%, things like that, 4% interest. But what we realized, as you guys all know, back in feels like it was 8 years ago, April we got a great rate. You know, we're sub 2%. I think it was like 1.8%. And I always joke, I asked them to roll my house in there real quick. Like I would pay, nobody would even notice, but they didn't do it. So the good news is that really lowered that capital debt reserve like a couple $1 million. So these are all the upward influences, your better revenue, your CIP cuts, your partner organizations, your operational cuts, all of those things have pushed that fund balance up. And one of those things was the change to your debt reserve. Child care is just fully reserved. Whatever the fund balance is, we say that is for the child care program. It's discretionary. And then over here in your net balance column is what's left. So out of the 60 million bucks, you've reserved a little more than half of it for emergencies and for future funding of your debt, which is really kind of a CIP reserve when you think about it. You know, that's a big CIP project out there. And you've also reserved it for the CIP plan going forward. So that's a lot to chew on right there. So I'll pause, see if you have any questions. Where we're predicting to land in 2021, about 29 million bucks to the good. But winter, you shut one winter off, that, you know, winter's got to be, you know, $20 million. It's more than half of what we budget for in the excise fund. So that's a great way to be going into this situation, to be able to release funds. But remember, we've mothballed some pretty important projects. We have cut services, and we still don't know what the revenue situation will be this winter. So this is, you know, guardedly good news, but can change very quickly. And that's what we'll be continuously measuring as we get each month's information in. So if there's any questions about how we do this, why we do it.
Hey, Brian, for me, seeing this for the first time, a great explanation. Thank you. And I really love the conservative reserve approach.
It served us well. We started doing this really when we wanted to do the rec center. And it was going to be like $17 million. And council was like, whoa, let's stop. Really comb through our fund balances, be super conservative before we do this. So this was an exercise that was kind of born out of that project. So we're always able to do this, and it has served us well. You know, when we were issuing the debt back in April, you know, a lot of those underwriters and bond rating agencies were like, well, what's your guys' plan? You know, how are you going to handle the future? You know, what's your projections? And we showed them this, and it really gave them a lot of comfort that we're in a good spot. Oh, this was a lot bleaker back in those days. It gave them a lot of confidence that we do predict, and we watch it all the time, and we're measuring. Because of course their number one concern is how are you going to pay us? So we showed them this, and it made them happier. Okay, if there's no more questions about that, then we're going to move into the general fund, and we're going to start talking about the services in the general fund. This is all the you know, what you would think of as your typical government services. The general fund has, you know, the police, public works, plowing the roads, the rec center, all those admin types who, you know, don't do anything but spend money, like, you know, and clerk is in here. So as we go through it, the department heads are going to give a quick blurb on what the changes were they made in 2020, how those are carrying forward into 21, or if there's any changes. And we'll be looking at kind of each department's summary sheet as we do that. So, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. This is the detail of the revenue. Something that bears stating is that when we have program reductions, and some of the department heads will talk about this stuff, in particular, you know, Scott with the rec department, when we trim back our service levels, there's often a revenue impact. So as we go through these categories, you can see things like, for example, your licenses and permits category. Well, we were looking at 618 grand for 2020. You know, that went down to 460, and it's kind of staying there. So we're seeing impacts to revenues in other places than just taxes. Like we saw in that graph, taxes are the most important. They really drive the bus. But these things add up. You know, we got a joke in finance. We say 200 grand here, 200 grand there. Pretty soon you're talking real money. So it starts to add up.
Oh, you guys know how to kid.
You
Yeah,
want to hear? I could. We put the fun in fund accounting.
yeah. That's,
Don't get him going, Jeffrey, please.
All right, yeah. Coke is. I'm still on the ride here. So you'll see the same thing here in this stuff is Public Works, I believe, and some NCOM dev. So we take a hit there as well. So the department heads will talk about this stuff as we go through our general fund programs. Very quickly, a quick review of property tax. This is a non-assessment year, not a ton to report on. We're up about 26 grand. Again, not an assessment year, not a ton of new construction. So next year will be hopefully the year we have to jump up. It's every other year. This is where that impact would be from the ballot question, Jeffrey, if there is any, but it won't be major either way.
it will be for the county though, right?
Yes, because when you see your property tax bill, we only account for about 10% of it at the 5.07 mill levy that we levy. It's about 55 total. And off the top of my head, I don't remember what the county is, but it's up there.
So to be clear, just town gets it's about 10% of the property tax. Is that what you just said?
That's right.
Okay.
If you live in Breckenridge, when you pay your property tax bill, about 10% of that goes to the town of Breck.
Okay.
The school, the fire district, the county, all levy more than we do. I don't have the numbers on my head, but yeah, property tax is not a big source of revenue for us, but it is 3.5 million bucks. Any questions on property tax? This shows how the general fund operates. This transfer from other funds, that's your excise transfer. The general fund clips along at about a 50% loss, let's call it. REC runs a lot of programs, pulls in fees for those programs, but they don't cover their expenses entirely. You got places like finance that chug along and we don't make any money. So we require a transfer from excise to cover the gap between what the general fund pulls in revenue and what it spends. And this pie chart just illustrates it's over, a little bit over half of your revenue is functionally subsidies, a subsidy from the excise fund because of all the programs that don't pay for themselves. Everybody thinks cops pay for themselves, that they write those tickets and we make tons of money off it. No way. They have to write a lot more tickets. That's part of it too. It subsidizes public works, the cops, everybody. So that was just kind of a illustration there. This breaks pretty much that. This is pretty much the source data for that pie chart, so I won't spend too much time. There's your personnel, 14 million out of 23, big number. When we look at expenditures, this was the expenditure chart. So yeah, this is showing personnel is over half of what we spend in general fund. Here that is visually by category. Public Works and Rec are your biggest programs in the general fund. And then when you look at it by expense category, not by program, there's your people. 60% of what we spend in general fund is on people across all programs, across all departments. Okay, this slide, not my prettiest. I'll make this a little.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Let's don't spend any time on this slide right yet. Let's go through the different departments and then we'll come back to this slide to see if there's any questions after they've heard from the departments. Okay. So
can do.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do now is look at these kind of department summary pages, and these break out the different departments: PD, Rec, Finance, and this first one here is General Government is Rick. So Rick's up next. I think he just wanted to go. So Rick was going to talk. I believe Rick, you wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on in general government.
Shannon's going to do that.
I will do it, although I don't have a lot to mention in general government. It's pretty status quo. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I don't think there's much to report on this one.
Great.
That was the best presentation.
That was amazing, Shannon. God, I wish Brian was like that.
We'd be done. Okay, so going on to our next slide. Oh, I have my list.
So general government includes Tim Berry's stuff, just so you know that, right? So
yeah,
and some court stuff.
Advice and litigation is Tim Berry. Muni court is the Muni court that Helen can speak to a little bit, and then law and policy making is you guys.
Council. That's what you have.
Council, yes. So yeah, actually, Helen, if you're out there, you have Muni court here. If you're ready to talk about court, also clerk, I can move forward when you're ready.
Sure, I could just give a quick update on court. So the municipal court division includes myself, the municipal court administrator, and also our municipal court judge, Buck Allen, who's been here quite a long time. You know, it's for us, our revenue is driven by the tickets that are issued by the police department. We are seeing a slight increase in enforcement this fall, and we anticipate that increase in enforcement to carry through in 2021. And so there are some associated categories that in the expense lines that you would see increase as a result, mainly security and prosecuting attorney fees as a result of the anticipated increased tickets. Oh, and I should note that we have been encouraging everyone to pay for their tickets online. So there is a slight increase in our credit card charges as a result of online payments. And we've seen a significant use of the online payment system as a result of that encouragement and since COVID started, essentially.
Okay. If there's any questions about court, please ask Helen. Or she will now speak about the town clerk admin program, which is kind of on the bottom line of this page.
Sure, I can speak specifically about the municipal services office, town clerk's office, essentially. That includes the clerk and the deputy clerk. Basically, we handle records, risk management, cemetery, liquor, tobacco, and marijuana licensing. Among some other things. You'll see the fees, the licensing fees are under the revenue for our division. And our expenditures are pretty standard office expenditures. Hence, in 2020, to downsize our budget toward the end of this year, we really had, we cut things such as training expenses and just general office supplies. We don't have a lot of room. We also do have a frozen position right now, which is our municipal services specialist. And we anticipate having that position frozen through 2021. So you'll see that. And then other minor expense variations for 2021 can be attributed to the timing of merit freeze increases and the need for some additional IT equipment to work remotely. And we have a relatively small budget compared to the other divisions.
One of the things that I'll jump in here and say, when you're hearing things like what Helen just talked about, and so she's basically lowered her expenditures, you know, $100,000 from where it was before. And when you freeze a position, that's a big chunk of that loss. But that's also a big hit. When you're a small department and you lose a body, that everybody else is picking up that extra weight on top of everything else they're trying to do. And while we appreciate that effort, whether it's, you know, on some of these positions, if we do better through the winter and we look like we're turning the corner on COVID in the summer and, you know, things are starting to get better for us, I'll be coming back to you on some of these positions, because I think it's going to be critical as things start to open up and become more normal. Some of these positions are going to be critical for us to fill again. So that's kind of how we're approaching this.
Okay, thank you, Helen. If there's any questions for Helen, she's ready. Some other things on this slide. This is where the nicotine program is. Shannon, I didn't know if you wanted to talk at all about that. It's included here. And aside from that,
The only thing I was going to point out is that that really is what's driving the increase in both expenses and revenue. So we actually, if you took nicotine out, we would be under our 2020 number for 2021, but you have a corresponding revenue increase and expense for 2021 as it relates to nicotine. So that's why we show $2.1 million budget in 2020 versus a almost $2.6 million budget in 2021.
Shannon, is that a full year for 2020? Have we been collecting for a year now?
Yes, we have.
Do you get a sense that it's reduced the use?
You know, I don't think we know because we didn't have a tax previous, so it's hard
right.
to
Okay, yeah.
know.
Smoke them if you got them, Jeffrey.
Always.
okay. Shannon, moving on next is finance. So we really are going to want to spend some time on this one. I have a whole separate presentation to do. I'm just kidding. Very quickly.
Brian, do we have a separate slide for HR? We skipped them, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have a separate slide. I'm sorry, Dana. Human resources is right here in expenditures by program. And Dana will give you a little talk about what's going on there. Thanks, Rick. Sorry about that, Dana.
What page is that again?
And one we were just on, Jeffrey.
Okay.
Page 19, Jeffrey. It's
Yeah.
under expenditures by program.
Yeah.
All right. So real quickly, HR is it is simple and it is small. So much like Helen, we do have a position that's unfilled right now, which made up some of our savings going into the budget. But mostly we spend our money on membership to Employers Council for the whole organization. We do training and development for the organization, our required training like sexual harassment and violence in the workplace, and as well as some professional development for our own staff to keep us current on HR laws. So again, ours is pretty simple if you have any questions.
So just so you all know, when it comes to what your HR department does, we have 180. So typically when you budgeted in 2020, we had 192 full-time equivalent positions, all right? Full-time positions with the town. Going into 21, that's down about 12 and a half positions. So, I mean, those are a number of frozen positions or positions that just, that we haven't decided not to fill. And we're down on our, some of our part-time, also seasonal staff, we haven't filled, minimize that. So there's 250 full-time equivalents between full-time positions and then all of our part-time positions within the town, add up. So 2,080 hours a year is what's considered a full-time equivalent. So, if you had 2 people working half-time, that'd be 1 full-time equivalent on there. So there's a lot of people that, Dana and her staff take care of with the benefits and administering and the onboarding every time we're hiring people and everything that has to happen with a pretty significant number of personnel that we employ here at the town. So,
And I have to say the man hours that she dedicates to me is usually 2 or 3 full-time employees.
Exactly.
Since I've been bugging the hell out of her.
She tried to use that as a reason for another staff person.
she might have to dedicate one special for me.
Yeah, to Rick's point, we do keep track of the full-time equivalent counts, and and really our full-time regular employees. So, you know, we keep a head count on what's going on with our FTEs.
Okay, thank you, Dana.
Okay, thank you.
Here is finance. To run through it very quickly, your top line here on revenues, that's the STR revenue. In other words, the surcharge or the fee, I should say, the fee that is included with your license to pay for the enforcement of the STR rules and regs. So that is really our only revenue source coming in there. And then down below, see the effects of our merit increase. We do have an increase from our projected here. You'll see we go from 275 down to the 167, back up to 273. We're putting our third-party audit program back in effect. We contract with a group called RRG, who goes out and audits the, I call them the crate and barrels of the world. And what they'll do is they'll do a coordinated audit on the part of 10 or even more different municipalities, and they'll go out and do the big audits that we don't have the staff for. We make that money back multiple times over. So when
the reason I let them put that back in is they told me that we get, what's the number? Leslie said, like for every dollar we spend, we get like $2.50 back on auditing. So it seemed like a no-brainer that we should be, you know, we cut back the audits. You can see in the estimated, we cut back the audits, but we put it back in there for 21, so we don't fall behind on that.
Yep. Yeah, we get our money's worth, and it's also good to let them know that, you know, we're still out there. So those are really the only changes in finance. If you have any questions, I'm ready. Jeffrey, nothing?
No, I think you did a pretty good job. I haven't caught much of a delta or any of your equations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, now we're public safety and Chief James Baird.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Just to give a brief refresher on the steps the PD took when we reduced our budget in response to the pandemic. Now-wise, in addition to freezing an existing FTE vacancy, we also, Rick also removed the authorization for a couple overhires I had as well. We eliminated discretionary spending on materials, supplies, and equipment and only made purchases on essential items that really couldn't wait. We also significantly reduced our training budget to include only those training needs that are mandatory by state guidelines, as well as keeping our current in-house instructors' certifications up to date. When you look at the 2021 budget proposal, you'll see we're relatively flat. There is a 1.6% increase from our projected 2020. Majority of that increase is related to the body-worn camera program that we've talked about in the past, which will be $45,000 in 2021, as well as the following three budgets through 2024. You'll recall that the body-worn cameras was one of the numerous requirements imposed on Colorado law enforcement agencies. Senate Bill 217 was passed. I've been in contact with the bill sponsors, and although I anticipate a cleanup bill will be presented in the next session, I do not anticipate that the camera requirement will change with the new bill. Remaining increases for 21 could probably be attributed mostly to the anticipation that we will be fully staffed, with the exception of the frozen position, whereas this year we've had a few vacancies for various portions of 2020 and have benefited from associated savings from those. But all in all, the PD is pretty flat. Happy to take any questions.
And just in addition to the body worn, that includes vehicle cameras also that he'll be buying. So
correct.
Hey, Chief, what trainings have we eliminated? That's concerning to me in today's world that we're cutting back on our training of our officers.
That's a good question, Dick. And we had a very, as we've talked about in the PAC meetings in the past, we have a very, when fully funded, a very robust training budget. And we are constantly looking for ways that officers can kind of improve their skill sets in various different things. One of the things we found, though, is that a lot of the trainings due to COVID have gone online anyway. And so a lot of the costs associated with sending people have been eliminated anyway. So although we've eliminated the dollars associated with signing up and sending somebody to training, a lot of these things are still occurring online at a much reduced cost.
Through the I-70, we still have the state dollars coming, right?
Yes.
That you can access for training police officers too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I would just ask that if something that you deem as important gets outside of your appropriated funding, that you bring that to our attention, either through the advisory committee or bring it to council. I'm very supportive of training our officers, and I think that's very important.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Anything else? Thanks.
Jim, Chief, did you, the folks that were walking around enforcing our guest service people, that were enforcing mask protocols and asking people to wear their mask, were they trained by you? Were they part of your department?
The ambassador program was not part of our department, although we tried to pair them up with our CSOs who were kind of performing a parallel function on Main Street. So there was a lot of overlap associated with that, but it was not part of my department. No.
Chief,
Quick question. I noticed that you spoke in the past tense. Is that not still, is that program no longer?
No, it's not. So this is Rick talking, and we can address that here if you want, and as you think about what you're looking for going into the winter, because we stopped the ambassador program when we closed down, when we opened Main Street back up and closed the walkable main portion down. We've had, I'll tell you my observation, and that I don't think that I would support doing that again. I think it's just, we got, while I think they serve some purpose, we got comments, that they were walking by people. It's a very tough position to put your average person into without much training, where everything they do becomes confrontational almost, and trying to get compliance on that. And that just, I'm not sure that was something that, that I would recommend us doing again. And it's not going on now. But, Jim still tries to have CSOs when they're able to, and officers too, to kind of do foot patrol, but it's certainly not at the level we had earlier.
And I totally agree with Rick that it wasn't super successful, but the frontline workers now are fulfilling that 100%. So it is uncomfortable to have to deal with people that don't want to wear their mask, but as a frontline worker myself, I can tell you it's way more constant now than it was in the summertime when we had a better presence on Main Street. And part of that was the way we had Main Street set up too. I've been speaking with Rick quite a bit about the signage and making sure that people can see it. And that's why there are some signs, and then there's some signs on cones too, to try to get people to do it. But a lot of the guests have just gone back to, almost pre-summer levels of attitude right now.
Eric, why what do you attribute that to? Other than stupidity.
States.
I think you lost the appearance when it was Main Street was shut down. It looked like you were entering more of a venue.
I think you're right.
And so people, walking down Main Street isn't any different than walking down Park Avenue, right? There's cars going by, and it feels like the outdoors, and people feel like they can, they're not stopping talking to strangers, that they can be more relaxed on it. And so it's no longer has that appearance of a special event venue type deal.
Jeffrey, there's no doubt that the national discussion on masks is a big part of it. The people that don't wear masks get their directions directly from the top, and they don't wear them because the federal government doesn't tell you need to wear a mask. And it boils down to some poor kid working at a retail store or hostess at a restaurant. And at some point this winter is gonna be brutal. The weekends have been so difficult since we closed Walkable Maine for everybody that is, first contact with the guests. It's been terrible. So
here's what I'll recommend. I mean, we're trying to have some time at the end of the work session.
Yeah. Sorry, Rick.
This is one of those areas where I think, you guys need to decide what's this worth to us and what's our responsibility as a town, and do we want to put $50,000 or $100,000 at this, and then we need to sit down and talk about what's the most effective way of trying to address this, and does it set in Jim's department versus somewhere else? And I could tell you right now, I feel like we're looking at a stricter approach to this thing. And when you start doing that, it needs to be under PD.
Yep.
And it shouldn't be under, some kids that come in to walk around in yellow shirts, and because they're not writing tickets and they're not there when somebody says, you can't make me do this.
So we're going to talk about this after the work, at the tail end of the work session, Rick?
That's the plan.
Okay.
So I did have a question for Chief Baird, though. I was wondering, as far as his current program of, doing spot checks and secret shopping and that kind of thing, did he feel like he had enough personnel to cover what we've already asked him to do?
Yes, I have sufficient resources for kind of my marching orders now. Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, if you don't, Chief, I'm standing by.
I'll put you in line right behind Brian.
Okay, go on the cover. Okay.
Any other questions for the chief?
I know that this is an in-between question, but what are those, as far as the allocations go, what are they? How much is currently allocated to the secret shopping and what Kelly illustrated?
You want to do that now, or you want to do that later?
Well, Jim is here now, so I don't know. It does live in the current budget that we're looking at, so it's tough to tell.
Yeah.
So we can talk about it later. That's fine.
That's fine. I mean, so Jim's got a plan to use his current personnel, and he can touch upon that real quickly because it's probably been in play now. That's one of the things we've been working on, and he's been designing a response plan, knowing as things were getting worse and we wanted to up this to a different level. So why don't you run by that real quick, Jim?
Okay, so essentially we're using our existing personnel. Every one of my uniformed staff members will spend, since the Main Street opened up, every uniformed personnel, all the uniformed personnel will spend at least an hour on Main Street per shift. And so during that time, up till tomorrow, they've been checking certain businesses. A lot of the businesses that we have checked has been complaint driven up till now. We haven't, when the ambassadors were out there, we weren't doing a lot of that. We would follow up when we would get word that there was a problem location, and then we would potentially send plainclothes into that location in particular, but it wasn't something we were doing on a really broad scale. Beginning tomorrow, we're going to be very intentional in how we address that. A couple phased approach. As it's been alluded to, things have gotten a little bit more lax in town and in the county and the state as a whole. So one of the things we're going to do is recognizing what public health is calling COVID complacency and COVID fatigue. We're going to spend a couple weeks kind of re-educating everyone, and we're going to make contact. Most of the complaints we get are related to restaurants and bars. And so we're going to make contact at each one at least a couple of times a week, various times, depending on when they're open. And we're going to kind of refresh everybody's memory. We know that in the fall, there tends to be a little bit of a staff turnover as well. So we can help address some of the kind of re-educating existing staff members, but also kind of putting it back on their radar that as people, as their staff is changing over, that they need to kind of stay up to speed for for their staff members as well. And then after a couple weeks of that, we're going to kind of go into a phase 2. And any businesses that are open after 7 o'clock at night, which is when we tend to get a lot of the complaints, any businesses that we've had any complaints about, and any businesses that we have found in our prior checks to be out of compliance on any of these issues, they're going to stay on a fairly frequent schedule. These are intentionally going to be assigned to our staff based on what we're seeing. There'll be coordination amongst the shifts to make sure that someplace that maybe gets a warning on the front side of the week and a citation is in order on the back side of the week, that those conversations are happening so everybody's kind of on the same page. And then if we have places that we just see are largely in compliance, they'll kind of go to a less frequent visit. We can kind of focus our efforts where they're needed. The other thing we're planning on doing is recognizing the businesses that are largely in compliance. Via Facebook, we'll probably publish some kind of an ongoing list of the businesses that have been successfully inspected, so to speak, and kind of let everybody know, kind of give kudos where they're doing it right as well. So that's kind of the game plan.
Jim, do we have a fine structure / closure structure? I talked about this with Dick a little bit and a little bit with Rick, but I don't know what the plan is, or is that something you want that we get to talk about later?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't understand your question.
So just going in people what they're doing isn't gonna, a couple times is fine. We're gonna need a fine structure, and we're gonna need the threat of days of closure from the town if people need to comply.
Yeah.
So
I can address that. So basically what we're going to be doing is as we start, we're going to start off, almost hit reset. So during this first 2-week period, we're going to spend a lot of time coaching the staff. And then once we have coached the staff, if we continue to see issues or if we see egregious issues, then we will deal with those in more of an enforcement and referral manner. We will enforce via the tools we have at hand, which would be a summons. And then we would also we can still issue, which we've done a couple times in town, a cease and desist letter that was authored initially by public health, and they have authorized us to issue those letters to appropriate businesses that we haven't been able to kind of correct in other ways. And we will keep public health informed of those situations. In addition to, we will also refer these businesses that are more problematic to Brian with the idea that it could potentially be a bolt hearing associated.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions for Jim?
So just, there's a lot of talk about a secret shopper. I don't recall ever saying that we had a secret shopper type undercover people going in. So we're not, he has done that, but we're not doing a lot of that. So we might want to be careful how we kind of say that, we are, whether, Jim decides to use any plainclothes officers doing these checks or uniform, that's really going to be up to him. And because sometimes these people have to be able to to leave to respond to an emergency call if something comes out too. So, putting somebody in plain clothes is kind of a luxury item.
No. And Rick, I don't see the need for it. It's not like a uniform officer runs in and all of a sudden everybody starts doing the right thing. That's not there. If your bar is packed and it's not supposed to be packed, everybody's not going to all of a sudden evaporate. So I don't have any problem with that. The officers will see if the staff starts putting on masks when they walk in. They'll know.
Yeah, and if you're, it's pretty obvious too. If if you've got your entire bar area seated with people, and that's where you're serving drinks and other stuff, you're in violation. It doesn't matter because you're supposed to have a segregated area at a bar. Nobody is supposed to sit at a bar if that bar is used for food or alcohol service. unless it's at an area set aside where there's no alcohol or food service going on. So, if you took Eric's, for example, everybody's familiar with what his bar looks like. He can only really see at kind of the far end of that area because, they're delivering food and picking up drinks and everything else at the other end. So, and so those are the rules from the state. And that's one of the things, Jim's making sure that officers are familiar with those kind of finite rules. So when they go in and look at a bar, they can tell whether it's in compliance or not.
I like the having the uniformed officers in the businesses, and I also like the recognition of the ones that are doing it well. I think this is an opportunity, to strengthen the relationship between the community and the PD. So I think it's good. I fully trust our officers will do a good job in there. So,
Chief, I really like your plan and I respect it. And I think that when we had this conversation at the end of the budget, I think we should talk about dollars allocated.
All right, any other questions? Great, thanks, Chief. It seems like Dick's taken over as the law and order candidate, Jeffrey. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think he has a guilty conscience, and I've mended my ways.
Wow, it's quick. So good.
He always has an answer. All right, Brian, what's next, bud?
Next up is Mark Truck. Nope. I'm sorry. Yes. Next up is Mark Truckee and ComDev.
Thanks, Brian. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I think the one standard thing that we've had over the last 10 to 15 years in community development is we've pretty much always had a large hotel / condo under construction. And we've always had a workforce housing project under construction as well, which both take a lot of inspection work from our staff. Right now, we don't have either. And the revenue that you see reflects reduction, partly, I think, because of COVID. We've estimated about a 25% reduction in revenues, but also about half of that is probably due to the fact that we're not seeing the East Peak 8 hotel come in, which we anticipated being submitted this year and would have generated about $150,000 in building permit revenues. So that didn't come in. So anyway, about half of the total decrease in revenue is associated with that. The one thing I'll point out is as far as inspections, when we're out there, we waive all fees for deed restricted workforce housing projects. And so next year we'll be taking on Alta Verde, 80 units there. So that'll be a big uptick in terms of inspection loads, but our inspection numbers are down this year compared to previous years because of kind of what I just described before. As far as expenses go in community development, we did some things like we cut back on training, very similar to what Jim just described. Our training is probably a little different than theirs, obviously, but we did cut back on it significantly, just online type things. But probably the two biggest things were we froze a part-time admin position for this year, and we're freezing it for all of next year in the budget. And then we froze one of our building inspector positions when Joe Kaiser left us back in beginning of July. We froze that position, and that's frozen next year. Right now, we have it frozen for the first half of the year. We have shown budget for the second half of the year, but I think like Rick alluded to before, the thought would be, let's see how things are progressing next year, and we can address it sometime in the spring and decide if we want to refill that position or not, depending on activity. Finally, the other thing, we did a minor reduction on our sustainability budget. We talked with HC3. They provide a number of services for us, including running the resource-wise business sustainability program, as well as the energy-wise residential program. They cut back their request by about 20%. So we're going to do just a few less audits next year in each of those categories. But that was just part of the budget trimming exercise that we went through with HC3. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions that the council may have.
Questions?
Mark, do you know with HC3 that program, was that like $20,000, $50,000? Do you know how much? Because I think the
Yeah.
audit, I understand that we did, business wise, and I just think those are dollars that we, that go pretty far. Like we help a little bit, and then that gets a big commitment from people in our community. And I'm just wondering if it's a small enough number, if it's necessary to cut it, or if we could revisit it in the summer, like some of these other numbers.
Yeah, good question, Kelly. The business program, the reduction went from 18,000 a year to 14,000. That's pretty small. A little bigger deduction on the residential program from 28,000 down to 20,000. There'll be a little bit of a decrease in our ability to, forward some of our goals on the business and the residential scale there, but it's not hugely significant. Overall, it's about a reduction of, $12,000-$14,000 in costs.
Well, I am concerned that we have some big energy goals to accomplish over the next, 9 years here at the very longest. So I would certainly be interested. I don't know what the rest of council's interest is. I understand that we have a huge level of uncertainty, but this moving the sustainability stuff forward is a huge priority of mine, and just even taking small steps backwards is hard. I'd love to see us revisit this in May, and if we're doing a little bit better, be able to add some of these programs back in.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree. I would support putting it back in now. But yeah, I'd be fine waiting for summer too. I think this is money well spent, and it goes back into the economy. And yeah, I think it's a good idea.
I'm also in agreement and agree with Aaron. I would favor putting it back in now, just so that Mark and his team could plan for it and execute. I also think, we need to be prepared once we get back to normal, whatever that is, to invest some significant dollars in this area. And Kelly pointed out so well that we have some really ambitious goals to accomplish the next 9 years, and we're not going to do it without making some investment. So yeah, I think these cuts are appropriate. I think this budget's appropriate at this point. I'd like to add the 14, but I think we need to be prepared to really invest in the future when we can afford it.
Hey, Mark, would we go a little above the 14 if we wanted to do more with the Solarized Summit again? Is that an option?
Yeah, well, the Solarized Summit is a separate area. I think that falls under our CIP.
Yeah.
I believe we have 45,000 in there for next year.
That's right. Yeah, we did down that. We rolled some. So yeah, we could. All right. So do you want to go 14 more, and we'll look back and try to get this back up to where it was at before? Does that make sense to everybody?
I don't agree with doing it right now.
Yeah. All right. So let's check in and see how many want to do it now. I know Dick, Aaron, I can't remember what Jeffrey said.
Yeah, I'd do it. I mean, we're talking 14K, right?
Yeah.
I'd do it now.
I'm with Eric. I'd like to hold off until May until we see what happens over the winter.
All right, 3-2, let's keep going.
I'd support putting it back in. It's not a huge expense and it advances our goals. So I support putting it back in.
Mark, do you actually spend some of this money over the winter time?
Yeah, it gets spent all year, Eric. It's probably a little heavier in the spring and summer, but yeah. they'll roll out the new programs at New Year's, or in the first quarter.
Gotcha.
So it looked like we had 4, right? So we'll
Yes.
throw 14 grand back in sustainability. Okay.
Other
Any
questions?
other questions? Sorry.
Hey, Mark, how long does it take you to get a building inspector up to speed when you hire them?
That's a good question, Eric. It kind of depends on if we bring someone in that, has had building inspection experience in other jurisdictions, and yeah, it's a pretty, once they get the lay of the land within a month or so, they're rolling. If we do, like right now, we've got, as you may know, several positions that are vacant, and we're hoping to bring on someone actually that has electrical qualifications to do the electrical inspections. And those candidates may not have the building experience that we would if we brought in some inspector from somewhere else. And so that's going to take, 3 to 6 months to get them up to speed and really take them out and do real basic inspections to start with another inspector. Then they take those on, and then over time they get comfortable going out on their own on the other inspections. So it's a relatively long time frame, just depending on who we bring in. But I would say at a minimum 3 months.
And how difficult is it to hire a third-party service to do this stuff? So I've heard, let me just cut to the chase. I've heard from members of the building community that they're already ramping stuff up for the summer. It seems like the one sector that hasn't, outside of the big hotel stuff, there are several builders who are already booked, for next summer and have a ton of projects, and they're worried that they will get hung up at our level when they're trying to get through. If that is the case, and I don't want to hire somebody today for a maybe, but is it possible to pay a third party to come in and help us out? If we have a sector that's doing well, it'd be nice.
Hey, Eric,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but here's what I'd like to do, and just try to I'd like to have a little bit of latitude from the council for Shannon and I to kind of work through a couple of plans with this, and then we'll kind of fill you in. We're at a position where we're already engaged Charles Abbott Associates, which is a third-party company. They're doing the chief building official, and they're doing some inspections to help us out. But we lose a considerable amount of revenue. It costs us much more to contract out that than it does to hire those people to do it in-house. So we're trying to hire the chief building official first, but we're running we're having some challenges. Our number one position looks like maybe now they're not ready to relocate right away. And so, but we also have an opportunity on the inspectors that we have a pretty strong pool of candidates, and we might behoove us to, and at least one of those are electrical certified, which is tough, and another one with experience doing general inspections in the county. So it might behoove us to fill both of those earlier, knowing that the chief building official might be set vacant for a few more months. So I need a little flexibility in kind of managing that to the time, to what's in front of us right now, I think, and making the best decision to position us for next spring. And so as things are going to unfold in the next 30 to 45 days for us to give us a better picture of that. But, it wouldn't make huge budget impacts, but it will make a big difference from an operational standpoint. Because right now our building department is basically devastated. It's gone except one person. So, we've got to build that back up. And building pays for almost the rest of ComDev. So that's an important one to make sure we're meeting the needs of those customers out there. So, if you'll just give us a little bit of flexibility, understanding where you're at, and we can kind of report back to you on what we think would be the best approach down the road on this.
Yeah, I think I'll leave it up to staff.
Hey, Rick, question. These third-party inspectors, where do they come from?
Denver,
Got it.
primarily the Front Range, yeah.
Yeah, that's-
So one of them's renting, I think we're renting one of our housing units to one of them now because they're up here, you know, working. And then we have somebody that can assist us, you know, with some other stuff that comes up at least a couple times a week, drives up out of Denver. So it's not a good long-term solution for us, that's for sure.
Yeah, maybe if I could just add quickly on that. I mean, Safe Built was an organization, company that was doing these backup inspections for us for a number of years back when we were cranking back in 2016, 17. They have moved out of the mountains and there's kind of a void. Fortunately, Charles Abbott stepped up and offered to help us out because they want to kind of get a foothold into the mountains, seeing that there's no one up here really doing that. But there's no guarantees that we can just call up, you know, a year from now if we're low on services and that we'll find someone. So we feel pretty lucky we were able to bring them in right now because, like Rick said, we're short several staff people.
All right. Any other questions for Mark? Okay, Brian, what's next?
Next, we're going to go on to Public Works, and I am noting we're slipping behind the clock here a little bit, please. James, you know, talk really, really fast.
Thanks, Brian. I'll hit it pretty quick here. Well, thank you, Mayor and Town Council, for an opportunity to briefly go over the budget. There, as you can see from the revenue, Public Works doesn't take a lot of revenue in. Some of those bigger numbers there are really attributed to highway user tax fees, motor vehicle fees, some of our rental income in facilities, and then the smaller amounts are made up of a CDOT contract and some banner money. So really not a lot of money coming in on the revenue side. The expenditures, just a breakout, as Brian mentioned, that's just kind of a further breakout of how the expenditures, looking at payroll as it matches against the bottom line expenditures. Taking a look at the expenditures by program, again for council, this department shown here, this represents 5 of the 7 divisions that are within this department. The 2 that we'll talk about next week are water and fleet and garage. But these 5 programs right here as represented, shown here are the ones that are a big hit out of the general fund. I do want to give a quick thank you to the staff who put all this together. There's a tremendous amount of work on the part of the Public Works team to put together a 2021 proposed budget that overall reflects a 9.5% reduction over the 2020 actual budget. I'd like to, some of my counterparts here, as previously mentioned, some of the reductions that we did and challenged our staff in looking at were really at the expense of some contract services, training, and then we delayed quite a few projects internally. As a result of that, we were able to achieve a 7.1% budget savings over the 2020 budget, approved budget. And moving forward, we feel confident we were able to achieve another 2.1% savings over that estimated 2020 budget. I do want to just state that for the services that are represented here for these different divisions, we do feel confident that we'll still be able to deliver the services as in years past for snow plowing, sidewalk maintenance, parks maintenance, which includes your flowers, your street lights, the facilities maintenance, which are both internal and external services, and certainly in the engineering services as shown there. With that, I'll take any specific questions that.
James, one question. First off, thank you for running through everything. On one of the previous pages, it referred to engineering reduced by 172K due to completion of engineering project. Just what is that referring to?
This was a year that we had a couple one-off projects this year. And one of those projects, which was really pretty much the bulk of that amount, was we contracted to update our engineering standards. And we are getting near the completion of that. So I believe Shannon and her group will be bringing that in front of the council yet this year for adoption.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, James, Carol had out, so we get the HUTF, the Highway User Tax Fund, from the state every year, and that's based on number of road miles, I believe, that we have within our town. And then where's that bridge money? I can't remember that bridge money you showed too. What's that
Yeah,
from?
that's also an administration, Rick. So administration's made up of the HUTF funds, motor vehicle fees, county road and bridge levy, and I think that's the lion's share of it right there. I think there's one smaller amount too that makes up that 453,000 revenue.
And so, Carol had asked another great question that she had posed to us about how do, I think it probably, some of that may have been prompted by the repairs and works, Mark. And what's the town's process for how we examine not only our roads, but our bridges and our culverts to determine lifespan and projected expenses that may be needed for repairs and that. And many of you will recall that, we developed kind of a rating system on our roadways. And, a few years back, the council wanted to not have any road fall below a 7. Is that right, James? I think when we rated them, I don't know.
That's correct. That's correct.
And so how do you look at every year? Do you guys rate those every year as staff?
Yes, currently, there's a couple of questions in that. I'll try to answer them as I recall, but with respect to the roads, we do rate them every year. We do have an internal group that we assemble here within our street division. So we apply our own rating. This year, we actually, just to kind of, as a way to see how well we're doing that, we've actually contracted with an outside party to do an independent evaluation of our roads, just to see if we're evaluating those properly. With respect to the bridges and the culverts, those are a little bit of a hybrid of some of our internal services. And also there's an outside group that works on behalf of CDOT, that contracts with CDOT, that does some of the evaluation of the road, or the bridges, I should say. The Warriors Mark Bridge has been on our radar for some time, but it was not evaluated with that third-party evaluation that was done a couple of years ago, as it was kind of an off-system bridge. But in talking with Shannon and her group, we do believe we have a good understanding and evaluation and criteria for all the roads and bridges as current.
And when I talked to Shannon earlier, she said the one area at some point we'll probably need to put some money into is to hire somebody to come in and do a thorough inspection of our culverts. Because we're kind of behind on that. And, the one in front of Town Hall, you may remember, we discovered that because we had a big sinkhole a couple of years ago. And then when we got in there, the whole bottom of the culvert was just eroded away. And we ended up spending, a couple $100,000 on that project, I think.
That's correct. And, like to a lot of our, even in the water infrastructure, when we talk about that next week, for much of this infrastructure, it's reaching design life. And so it needs to be repaired and replaced, and it's quite expensive.
So that's something for you all to have on your radar screen, that probably obviously not in 21, but if things, start to get back to normal, that you could see that in 22 happening. So. All right, any more questions for James?
Hey, James, the number that jumps out at me the biggest is the facility maintenance dropping down to about 137,000 in 2021. That's a lot less maintenance than you've been doing. Is that sustainable?
Dennis, are you looking at the revenue side of that?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Yeah, go down to the bottom. 2 million in facilities maintenance.
Yeah, my bad. Thank you.
You'll have to forgive number 8. Rookie year.
My glasses are a little foggy.
All right, other question? Great.
You don't want facilities to have more revenue because those are insurance claims usually. We'll tap that down. Thank you, James.
Thanks, James.
We'll now move on to Scott Reed and Recreation. No rush, Scott. You've got full 8 seconds. Go.
Thanks, Brian. Just a quick rundown. I'll start in the revenues side of things. If you look at the 2020 estimated column under recreation for revenues, obviously we had significant operational changes due to COVID this year. We shut down the rec center for 3 months and the ice rink for 4 months. We had a number of cuts in services when we did reopen. So from the revenue side of things, we were refunding passes all the way until we fully reopened and started charging in July. So there's a significant shortcoming in terms of operational revenues when it comes to recreation. Similarly, we reduced our hours from an expense side of things. From a service level, we reduced hours. We reduced the number of days that we were open in our facilities. We also, if you all didn't know this, we basically opened on June 13th at the rec center and didn't really start charging people's passes until the beginning of July to give ourselves some time to really get our systems in place. So there was some reduction in revenues in that situation. The Nordic numbers that you see there in revenue were cut short somewhat by the seasonal changes that we had to shut down a little early there. Ice rink operations, same thing, being closed for a significant portion of time, reduced the revenue income that came in there. For 2021 proposed, our assumptions in general are that we are going to have 0 closures, and that's, I'm going to knock on wood when I say that we're not going to have extended closures like we had in 2020, that we will be able to increase our hours as needed and also increase the number of days that we provide, and hopefully that the revenues come along with that. Those estimates are generally based on how many folks we have that get passes or how many rec programs people pay for, and moving ahead from there. So jump down to the middle grouping there. Personnel obviously is the largest expenditure of that we have in that categorization. That reflects that increase from 2020 to 2021. I should mention that in the 2020 piece, part of the reason that was reduced is because we basically stopped. We did not hire we froze 3 positions, full-time positions that were hired seasonally or not at all. And then the 2021 proposed reflects the 5% merit increase that was discussed prior to May, going in 2021. Some of the materials and supplies numbers that you see there, that reflects the idea that we would potentially reopen the leisure pool, which remains closed. That increases both chemical costs and other costs along those lines, but also bump down to charges for services. It includes electric and gas and janitorial services, and then also credit card charges, all of which come about when we have more activity and essentially the leisure pool being a big open for us. So that's a quick rundown of the middle section. And then expenditures at the bottom, as James kind of mentioned, this represents 6 of the 8 divisions that the recreation department kind of manages. If you look at administration, the big cuts there really come from marketing cuts that we've cut back a ton on. There's an increase on the recreation programs. There was, if you recall, and Jeffrey may be the one to really speak to this, I guess, in 2020, so this year, there was some funding done for CATCH program, which is a low and reduced fee lunch program for some of our kid programs. That has moved from the grants program into the recreation programs budget. And so in addition, we plan to offer more classes, more group fitness classes, as well as more offerings with regard to after school programs as we hopefully come out of the COVID tunnel that we're currently in. Similarly, recreational operations, you can see an increase from 2020 to 2021. That reflects, once again, that leisure pool reopening at some point and making that back into our offerings as one of our services. Our tennis program, funny enough, is pretty much unimpeded. The numbers here are a little bit down from what we originally budgeted for 2020, but we found that our numbers for tennis, even though they, if you look at the revenues up at the top, they look like they're pretty far down. We've had a couple really strong months since then, so we feel like tennis will actually be pretty much consistent with what we have otherwise. Nordic operations, as you all know, you've asked us to do some additional stuff out at the Nordic operations from a winter activities standpoint, and that's reflected in that increase there. And then ice rink operations, once again, we are trying to get ourselves back to a reasonable level of service that'll provide for the community and continue to provide those winter activities that we've been asked to provide. So I would just say in general that our tier 1 cuts that were instituted this year are the basis for the 2021 budget, and then we added services where necessary and were discussed to make that happen. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thanks, Scott. Question, Jeffrey?
Yeah, is there a mechanism? How do you figure out how to reopen and what speed to reopen and where it's safe to? I mean, we're all thinking out of the box right now, but is there like kind of like a rec center, a health club schematic that public health or someone provides to say, okay, you have to do this, and if this happens, you can respond accordingly as far as the process of reopening?
So yes and no, Jeffrey. Some of it is, obviously our own facilities and how we can best manage the risk and the safety of our customers and our employees, for sure. We do get guidance from the state. They do have guidelines. If you look at the level 1, 2, and 3 levels, it talks about limits on certain numbers of people within the building and certain restrictions on what people, where they have to wear masks or not. So there are a number of things that are guidelines that way. Those numbers are pretty decent targets for us as far as what we're doing. But as far as reopening, we do a lot of networking with other recreation departments and municipalities across the state. Specifically, the leisure pool is a good example. We check in weekly to see what other places are doing with their indoor leisure pools. We have not found very much success, I have to say, with regard to leisure pools and managing those very well. So that's why it remains closed. But yet we were able to open the lap lanes because of some guidance from the state, but also that we were able to see that we can successfully and safely get that up and running in a way that allows us to again protect our employees, protect our customers, and still provide that service. So it's a mixture of kind of professional learning and networking, and also guidelines from the state, and then for us really just trying to figure out what we can pull off in a way that we really feel comfortable with.
Okay.
Other questions for Scott?
Scott, no question, but recommendation. I want to say thank you for the way the rec center has reopened. It feels safe. It feels good. And I've heard a lot of people that have been using the rec center make the same comments. So thank you to you and your staff for that.
Thank you, Dennis. They deserve huge credit for sure.
You do.
You been going there, Dennis?
I have, Jeffrey, but I wanted to say this to you. When you hear leisure pool, you think leisure suit.
Yeah.
And they're not the same thing.
Okay.
All righty then. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, Brian.
Sir, moving on. This is kind of a catch-all cost center or department. This is where usually unplanned things will land. For example, in your personnel thing here, that was the ambassador program. We did budget it for 2021 again, but I think I'm hearing we'll probably approach that differently, so that may be removed. And then down below, the big enchilada, your grants. That was the money released into the community back in March. And then, down there, we also have a couple other things going on down here. Committees. We have, I'm setting myself up for failure. Green team, leadership development team. I think we have the employee relations committee, and I'm forgetting a couple, some that I'm probably on, but they have an associated expense with them. It does go up a little bit in 2021 because we're doing something called the leadership development program. Carol, you had a question about that. That's something that we run to kind of some great leadership projects, and they actually tackle real problems. Like I remember trail signage was one of them. Speeding on the bike path, like bike path etiquette, was another problem that some of these groups tackled. So that's pretty cool. And that's every other year. So that is what we had going in the committees.
Anybody have a question about these? Nope. Okay, Brian.
And Brian, let me take this. Council, you let me know how much time you want to spend on this one, because it's pretty self-explanatory. What we did was put together a sheet that shows if we get to a situation where we have to go in and start making additional cuts because we can't, because of the revenue situation, this is where you're going to start to see those. And,
Sorry, your vocals are really garbled.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was okay.
No. Is it still garbled?
Yeah, it's really bad.
Brian, go for it.
So, as Rick was just saying, what this represents is what we're calling the tier 2 additional measures. And if things really turn bleak, and it's council's will to take this measure, whether we have, plowed through all our reserves or not, this is where we start to talk about some of the measures that we would need to take in a really dire circumstance. We're pretty far from that right now in terms of where our projections are and where our fund balances and then our reserves are. But obviously, with the uncertainty at hand, this was an exercise we undertook to show council, just going right to that bottom line there, that on an annual basis, we could pull in about, we could reel it in about another 3.1 million bucks. This does involve personnel measures. It contemplates let's call it a 10% cut, not layoffs, but what's being planned for in here are furloughs. So it would be 1 day, a pay period, 1 day out of 10 work days. So that's fairly consistent through all of these. And then the notes are fairly self-explanatory. So if council wants to ask questions, the department heads are here to answer questions about the additional measures. Hopeful that we don't have to go to them, but it's an exercise that we understood we have to do.
All right, questions.
I think we cross that bridge when we come to it. And hopefully we won't come to it.
I totally agree, Jeffrey. The only thing that I would say, and I know that the chance of this is probably pretty slim, I think in the muni services, I would not cut translation and security services for the court. That's really the only one that stood out as something that seems very critical to me. So, but other than that, it makes total sense.
Eric, is this when we're going to discuss the potential to use our reserves, or is that we're going to have that discussion at another point?
I think at another point, right, Rick?
Am I any better now? I try to be.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I would be in favor of having I'm not sure I want to commit at this point because it really is circumstance. The circumstances will drive our decision making. But I think we strongly consider dipping into some reserves before we make these cuts.
And I would 100% agree with that. And I think this is an exercise, and it's a valuable exercise in case, but we'll have plenty of opportunity to have discussions about what, it could be a little of both. There might be a couple things we might still tweak, but, it's so difficult to hire people here when you start laying them off or getting rid of people because, we hope that anything we experience is not a long term, and at some point within a month or two, we'd be back, potentially back to normal. So we'll have plenty of opportunities to have further discussion about that, I think, before we make any of those decisions.
Yeah, if we get to that point, Dick, we'll all be out of work for a little while, so we'll have plenty of time to talk about this.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about the tier 2?
Very good. Thank you, Brian.
Now,
just so council knows, I really was this was scheduled to go to 5:30. I wanted to get it. I really want to make sure you have some time for COVID, but I don't want to glaze over anything that's important. So, when it comes to capital, you just saw this, and so she could probably tell you in about 30 seconds that it's the same thing that you saw before.
Or you just said.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, as Rick just said, you guys were presented the CIP at, I forget which meeting, a meeting or two ago. Are there any questions, any desire to go over the detail? Agent Smith is available if you're so inclined. Okay, seeing none, we'll go through there. Here's your marketing fund. Carol, I know you had a question here about the particulars of how the revenue come in. And it's always worth just a quick review. The top line is business licensing, your bulk tax revenue, legally required to come into the marketing fund and to be used for the purposes of marketing the town. The next line is the portion of the accommodations tax that is required to come into the marketing fund. It comes directly in here. It doesn't come through excise as a transfer or anything like that. Of our 3.4% accommodations tax, that is 1.4% of it comes directly in here. Down below is the small portion of sales tax. That again comes directly into the marketing fund, does not come through the excise fund. Interest income. Carol, I know you also had a question about this. You'll see this on all of our different funds. We have a fixed income investment portfolio, which is doing fine, by the way. We invest in things like Freddie Mac, General Motors, short-term commercial paper, things like that. So kind of like Eric just said, if our investments tank, we won't be talking about our investments. We'll be talking about gallons of water and shotgun shells. So we invest very, very conservatively. We don't make a ton, but at times like this, we're as secure as anybody. So that's it's allocated to all the different funds. Now down below is a portion of the accommodations tax that does first go to the excise fund and then is transferred here to marketing fund. It's discretionary. It, as you can see, is 0.5% of the accommodations tax. So that makes, of the 3.4%, 1.9% ends up here at the marketing fund. So substantially more than half ends up here in the marketing fund. But that last piece, that 0.5%, is discretionary. So council can decide not to transfer that in, increase it, decrease it. That's up to you guys. That was in place. I think that was right after we did the additional accommodations tax, and then like it was 2 weeks later that we agreed to put even more into the marketing fund. As we go down below that, we have the marketing community fund expense heading out the door. That is, let's call it our in-house marketing efforts, the kind of stuff that Haley does under Helen's direction. So there's a relatively small budget for those efforts there. And then down below is the big enchilada. That is the grant to our marketing partner, our DMO, BTO, who will present next week the details of their operating plan. Just a quick verbal journey. You can see the BTO went from 4.7 down to 3.9 because they did a 10% operational reduction. Plus they kind of just gave 300 grand back from their ask for 2020. They asked that it stay in the marketing fund. And that's why their ask or their grant request goes back up $300,000 flowing into 2021. It's just a reflection of not giving back that 300 grand twice in a row. That was like a one-time thing, but the operational cuts persist. So that's why it's still lower than the initial 2020. So that is marketing fund in a very quick nutshell. And Lucy, again, Lucy K will present next week, I believe, to talk about the particulars.
Brian, why has the marketing community fund gone down so much and the fixed charges gone up so much?
Sure. The marketing community fund, at first we used to keep something in there called the
special opportunities.
Special opportunity
fund. 100 grand.
Yeah, that was like 100 grand a year, and we just kind of kept it there for example, when the bike race came along, we used it for that. It was Swift Boat, I think is what the Swift Fund we called it for a while. Yeah. So it's to respond to market needs very quickly, in-house efforts, but we lowered it because obviously we're lowering everything that we can right now. So if something like that were to arise where we needed some marketing fund, it would have to be an appropriation at this point, or we could use the fund balance. But that is why that changed.
Even from, but I'm sorry, just even from the 46,000 of the 2020 estimated to the
Aaron, I can speak to that. That is the elimination of the banners, the Main Street banners. We were under the impression that that was something that we could cut and still continue to communicate to the community. The banners are great. We can reuse a lot of the ones that we currently have as you've seen them rotate through. But the idea is no additional production in 2021.
All right, that totally makes sense. I just was making sure it wasn't, you know, community outreach, because I feel like over 2021, we're also going to need that as well. So that completely makes sense.
And then the fixed charges, actually, those are the IT fund. We provide IT support for the Welcome Center, and they just got a whole bunch of new doodads. So that's for the new Welcome Center doodads.
Thank you.
All right, other questions on marketing? All right.
And the only other thing I would just note very quickly here, you can see we are building up a fund balance here, maintaining about $1 million, which is great. You could use it if we needed to reduce the impact to the excise fund of the BTO grant and that kind of thing. So it gives us some flexibility.
Thanks, Brian.
Next is a summary of the excise tax fund. This really, we probably don't need to spend a ton of time right here. This is just the detail of revenue coming in, which we've reviewed pretty comprehensively. But actually down below is good information here. Don't do that. The transfers out into other funds. So this is kind of the function of the excise fund. The excise revenue comes in, you recognize your usual suspects here, your sales tax, your rent, your accommodations, and then the money goes out to the other funds. Here is your operational support for the general fund. We held it at the 12.4 that it landed on in 2020, just so that we can kind of have a measuring stick. As we look at the general fund revenues versus expenditures, we'll be able to keep that consistent and say we're doing better than last year, we're doing worse than last year. We used to adjust it to keep the general fund break even every year. This is a unique year. We think we'll be better served by holding it still and then being able to take a look and say, here's where we are relative to last year. And bottom line is the money, it's all in the same bucket kind of anyway. Here's your capital transfer. As you can see, very low. There's your 2019, right? 9.7 was pretty average for what we used to do. Hit the brakes in 2020, as you can see, and holding that into 21. This is your transfer to marketing fund, that additional 0.5% we talked about of accommodations tax, the equivalent of that amount. Special projects is mostly your support for BHA and BCA. Then your transfer to parking and transportation is mostly to help service the debt for the garage. We do not use the lift ticket tax revenue for the garage. That comes from this source here. And then debt service, those are the remnants of the COPs, the 2007 cop shop COPs, I believe. That is your excise fund. And these reserve numbers here do not match the ones in the front. So I apologize. Don't look at those. I try to sneak past it, but I know Jeffrey would catch it. Any questions on excise fund in general? Okay.
No. All right.
Seeing none. This is, again, just a quick visual of sales tax is your big enchilada in excise fund, real estate transfer to. This is a little misleading, accommodations tax. This is just the accommodations tax, but when you pay for your accommodations, you also pay sales tax. So accommodations really drives a lot of the revenue that comes into excise. It's not just this little sliver. That's the 3.4% additional charge, additional accommodations tax. So there's a chunk of this pie, this slice, that is also accommodations. We'll bleed through this really quickly. Guess what? We're in a dip. We'll see what happens with RET. You look at that 2020 projection, and everything we're hearing anecdotally from the title companies is that it just is gangbusters. They have to throttle business right now to keep up with it. So we'll see if this dip actually happens, but that's what we're planning for. We drop back down to that 5.5 just because we've seen it turn off overnight, and we don't want to plan on that revenue. Special projects. So special projects doesn't really have its own revenue outside of the bag program. This is where the bag program lives. The reusable bags come in when we sell them, and then the bag program is accounted for down here in terms of expenditures, and then we keep a running total of the amount of money in that program. The rest of this fund is BCA, BHA. To answer your question, I believe Carol, you had a question about is BHA operations. I think you would ask
I'm
if
just
BCA.
wondering, operations, arts and culture, is that referring to BCA?
Yes, that's BCA. We could probably be a little more consistent there. Yes, exactly right. Those two at the bottom, or that one there, is BCA. Up at the top is BHA Ops, which you can see has been cut by about 10%. And then you can see, well, less than that. About 10% going into 2020. And they have really put the brakes on the capital program. You can see here the 965 that was contemplating Milne, but wasn't contemplating. That was for Milne Park. That got mothballed. So those are what the changes are there. And that's why BHA has two lines, because they do so many capital projects. And again, those guys, both BCA and BHA, will present next week the details of their budget. Any questions about?
Just so the council knows, the 1.6 that is in here right now for BCA is not particularly what they're looking for. That's kind of the bottom of their request. It's like 1.585 or something is kind of the bottom. And when you see in the packet for next week, when you see the narrative, there's kind of 3 different tiers they were proposing. Kind of the bottom line basic one would be this 1.6, and then there's one above that, and then one more above that. And I think after you see that presentation and you're ready to kind of finalize, you can decide if you want to leave it at this level or if you want to add to it.
Or go lower.
Or go lower, yeah. That'll make everybody set up listening to this. Here's the deal. I think it's a terrible time when it comes to arts, when they have to plan things in advance. How do we plan anything in 2021? We shouldn't be planning. We shouldn't be entering into contracts for a festival in the fall, even if we think it's going to be better, because we don't know. So.
Yeah, Rick, with my short time on the board, I just, I think we need to be open on this one. The more I learn, the more I'd encourage us to be open here. I certainly don't think we're going to get anywhere near the 2019 budget, but I caution that 1.6 might be a little skinny.
LC. Can also always sell Paley to get some funds.
Any other questions on special projects? Okay, move on to childcare. As council may recall, we don't really have a ton of revenue coming in here except for marijuana revenue. We just landed on that number for 2020. Okay?
Dude, come on.
Look, it's a 1 in a million shot, but every once in a while it happens.
Sure.
And what we do is we move money over from the marijuana fund, net of one enforcement officer and some other grant programs like Building Hope and Detox. But those will be covered going forward by nicotine tax. And Shannon knows a ton about that. If you'd like to jump in, Shannon, explain that. But we're pretty hopeful we're going to be able to start moving more of this tax revenue over to the child care fund, because we're going to be able to take some of that and put it over in that nicotine cost center that you saw before in the general fund. So whatever we have in excess marijuana revenue, we move into the child care fund. So that's reflected there in revenue. And then here are your expenses going out. Forgive me, I don't know if Corey Burr is out there to talk about the specifics here, but this is your pro forma showing that while the marijuana revenue is nice and we're going to be able to increase it, we think, you still are going to have that funding question coming up right around that highlighted year, 2024. That is when the seed money for this fund is going to run out. So maybe the increase to marijuana transfer is going to buy you a little bit of time, but I don't think it, it's not going to push it out to like, we don't have to think about it anymore kind of territory. It's still there on the horizon. And as I'm sure you guys are aware, that's a conversation for the future.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say one thing about this, of course, obviously, but I mean, I just don't, I know we're going to go out with a question, and I'm very hopeful, and I know that we're going to work very hard to be successful, but I do wonder, and we certainly don't have to do this right now, but I think the childcare program, both to help support the teachers and to support the families, I don't know why we would ever let it get that low. I'm not sure if there's any interest in sort of, putting in some extra money in maybe 2022 or looking at some other funding capabilities. But I feel obviously very uncomfortable with letting it get this low. And I think it gives a level of uncertainty to the facilities and to the families, just how they're going to make ends meet. So I'm not sure if there's a time in the future that we could talk about maybe putting in a little extra cushion. I would love to.
I think that time, Kelly, that time should be a year from now.
Okay.
When you're looking at your 2022 budget, and you better be in a position a year from now to know what you're going to have, if anything, on the ballot in April of 22, because that's when I think you want to do your question. And so you'll know where that stands and how you want to, and then what, if anything, you want to be in a position to feed in here if you have to. So, yeah.
Because it cannot fail the second time, Kelly.
It will not.
I mean, it has to, we need to make sure. So I'm willing to prop this thing up for a while so that we can hit the right spot and get it done correctly this time.
Agreed.
If we ask the right question we've been talking about, I can't imagine why it wouldn't. But
Yeah,
you never know.
I agree, Rick, but you never know. You never know what's on the ballot.
No. And I would hope in April, at least we're not competing against other questions that the county would be running,
Well, that's always a problem.
So.
I have a question about the difference between 2020 estimated for grants is 700,000 and the 2021 proposed is 624,000. Why the big difference?
Well, about 80 grand got pulled out of our typical grant program to be used because it will be funded through nicotine tax dollars. Did nicotine get rolled into this? Remind me what all's in that expenditure, Brian? Because that's not just our grants are only about half of that or less than that.
I have to admit, I do not know the detail. We're talking about the tuition assistance line?
No.
Oh,
under expenditures, the grants?
Under
on the previous page, but it's
Oh,
also.
you're looking at the child care grants?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It should be on both pages, I think. Yeah, it's on both. Yeah, the tuition assistance expense from 700,000 to 624,000, but here it's called grants.
Well, it was budgeted. So it was budgeted in 2020 at 600 and it jumped to 7. And did that have anything to do with COVID? And then it's back closer to normal at 624. So Corey,
Right.
Can you answer that?
Yeah, so the 700,000 is definitely COVID related because we continue to pay the childcare facilities even during closure. And those happen to be the months where we usually see a decline in tuition assistance need, especially over the summer months. And so It's looking more like 700,000 for 2020 instead of that budgeted 600,000. But for 2021, we went back to the normal progression of a 4% increase per year. 4% from the budgeted for 2020, not 4% from the actual.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
maybe a little of the confusion is using the word grants, Corey. I think it'd be good if we didn't use that. I don't know if that's in Brian's software or what, but what we're really talking about is how much we granted families
Yeah.
in as tuition assistance, not grants that.
Change it to tuition assistance.
But see, so I guess that's where I'm confused, because if the 700,000 includes, does that includes money that we paid to the childcare facility or just for families?
It's just the family tuition assistance, but we do pay that directly to the childcare facility. So it's the actual line item for tuition assistance for the year.
Okay.
It was more because people were laid off and they were applying for more. And so there were changes that occurred back in March that have been persistent over the summer or however long. So we're just not anticipating having that level of closure again.
Okay. I think with that line, we should be agile and keep an eye on it too. If there are, I mean, I don't know how many people have got their jobs back, how, the situation out there and what another wave and whatnot could do to it. So that, I think with that line item, we should be agile. I think it's fine as it is right now, but we should keep an eye on it depending on how families are doing. And then also, what's the charges for services? I see that's gone down as well. What is that for?
A majority of that budget is for the Invest in Teachers program. $150,000 out of that is Invest in Teachers. And then the remaining is really some contractor expenses and some maintenance expenses for the Breckenridge Montessori building. That actually was a little bit higher this year because of a heating system malfunction that had to be fully replaced, but we would, anticipate that going back to normal in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on childcare?
And just a quick general note. I know, Carol, you had asked, what are in the fixed what are in the fixed charges down here? These are mostly your allocations, IT, garage, and facilities. So, for example, here in childcare, it's obviously a pretty small number. They get like a computer and some carpet. They don't get a car. So they're only paying like the $5,600. And that's what comprises that. Mostly where you'll see that all over the place. Like when you look at the cops, that's a big number because they got all those cop cars and they drive them like in the movies. Okay.
He's not still listening.
Is he still out there? I don't know. He said he was going to let me go to driving school, but never followed through.
Okay, we got 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Parking and transportation. James spoke to a lot of this stuff. This is part of Public Works. It's accounted for here in our P&T fund because we can use lift ticket tax revenue for the movement of vehicles or people. So that is why transit was moved to this fund. You can see the cost saving measures put in place there from your 4.8 down to 4.3 for transit and holding there at the 4.2. Some cuts also for admin, which pretty substantial on a percentage basis. In terms of revenue, here's that excise revenue coming in to help with the debt service. Lift ticket revenue, Carol, another great question. Why doesn't that match the annual amount? We are up to about 3.8 guaranteed minimum for that. It's because the lift ticket tax is measured June to June, and we do our budget December to December. So it's always off. It's always a little skewed. Over time, obviously, they'll be the same, but that's why when you look at that number, you're like, it doesn't make any sense, because it doesn't. It's different measurement periods. Your transit programs get some intergovernmental revenue, I believe, up here, some grant stuff. Parking management, there's your parking management fees, your pay for parking. Took a big hit here in 2020, and we're going to kind of hold that level of activity. We'll see. Miscellaneous income, sorry, I can't pull in another 41 million this year. That was debt. That was the COPs. And then heading out the door by category, and then again, transit, parking, and your capital stuff. That's the P&T fund.
All right, questions? Okay. Well done, Brian.
Ooh. You got to say, Carol was rookie of the year with all these questions, but I think the time that Brian took probably cost us a little bit of money.
I mean,
Just a
numbers
little.
are so fun. I figured that's why you look so good at the beginning of the meeting, Jeffrey. You're excited about numbers.
I love numbers.
They are fun.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. Hey, let's take a quick 5 and then hurry back so we can punch through the rest of this stuff.
Okay.
Everybody.
All right. We are back. We go to Planning Commission decisions for October 6th. Any questions? Anybody see a need for a call-up? Nope. Excellent. We got legislative review. Tim.
Hello, everyone. The first matter is an ordinance that comes on for second reading to amend the Bolt ordinance primarily with respect to the hearing procedure. Under the current ordinance, if a hearing is to be held on the possible imposition of discipline of some kind against the owner of an accommodation unit, the finance director is the one that holds the hearing. We thought that it does make good sense to remove the hearing responsibility from Brian and transfer it to Rick. It is a little too close for my legal comfort to have Brian act as a hearing officer when his own employees are acting as the witnesses presenting evidence in the matter. I realize full well that everybody except for me and the municipal judge is actually an employee of Rick's, but removing and making Rick the hearing officer is a little bit more remote than having Brian act as a hearing officer. So this ordinance, if it's adopted, would change the hearing process to provide the hearing would be done by Rick or Shannon. It also makes some other kind of conforming amendments to the Bolt hearing process. There are no changes to the ordinance from first reading.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions for staff? Anybody see any problems with this as a second reading tonight? All righty. Amendment to town ethics ordinance regarding town contracts, first reading, please, Tim.
This ordinance, well, let me give you a little bit of background if I could. The town's first ethics ordinance was adopted in 1992. Prior to that, there was no local ethics rules. In 1988, the state of Colorado adopted what they called a code of conduct, and it applied primarily to state officials, but we used it as a model for the first town ethics ordinance. It was adopted in 1992. One provision that was carried forward from the state's code of conduct into the town's ethical ordinance had to do with the propriety and when it is proper and when it is improper for a town officer or employee to be interested in a town contract. I think everybody can see the possibility of problems if there was no restriction. The ordinance that you have in front of you tonight modifies the section of the town's current ethics ordinance with respect to town contracts. The three provisions that are in the ordinance, actually there are 4 provisions that are in the ordinance right now that are shown near the bottom of the first page of the ordinance, reflect the language in the state ethics code of conduct, if you will. And they've been in the town's ethics ordinance since it was first adopted in 1992. This ordinance proposes to add 3 additional exceptions, if you will, to when it is proper to allow a town officer or employee to have a town contract. You'll notice that the ethics ordinance right now provides that if a contract is awarded to the lowest responsible bidder pursuant to a bidding process, the town officer or employee can enter into that contract. The thought being is that it would be in the public interest to have that contract, even though it's a town officer or employee, because it's the lowest bidder. There's also an exception for merchandise that's sold by the town at public auction. This ordinance, one of the additional exceptions that would be added if this ordinance is adopted, would allow for a town officer or employee to enter into a contract with the town if the town officer or employee was awarded that contract pursuant to a lottery. Again, there would be no assurance that the town officer or employee would receive the contract. It would be determined by luck, chance of pure fate. There is also an exception proposed to allow a town officer or employee to enter into a contract if the amount of the contract is $5,000 or less. It's a sort of de minimis amount. I think staff believes that particularly in light of the size of the town budget, that this is reasonable. And the other addition for when it is okay for a town, in this case officer, to have a contract with the town has to do with a development agreement between the town and that officer. We've had a couple of those situations over the last couple of years. And it's always been my opinion, and I've advised the council, that I believe that a town officer, a member of the town council, does not give up their constitutional right to develop their property simply by virtue of being a member of the town council, so long as the affected town council member does not vote on that contract. And that and you'll remember, those of you that have been around for a while, that we've done this a couple of times, going back, I think, to Louis Alonso may have been the first one, and we certainly have done a couple with Mike Dudick and Rod Millheiser. As long as we were working in the ethics ordinance, I thought it was a good time just to confirm in writing what has been my legal opinion and advice to the council. I also just generally want to make the council aware of, as long as we're talking about ethics, in 2006, the Colorado voters approved Amendment 41, which created what's known as the Independent Ethics Commission. It's a statewide ethics board. It is the Independent Ethics Commission that has sanctioned former Governor Hickenlooper, and you've seen a lot of ads about that. The amendment that created the Independent Ethics Commission basically said that the commission has no jurisdiction over home rule municipalities as long as the home rule municipality has its own local ethics ordinance that covers the same topics that the Independent Ethics Commission is entitled to enforce. And that has been where we've been basically since 2006. In the last couple of years, the Independent Ethics Commission, however, has developed a position that is much more aggressive with respect to its authority over home rule municipality with respect to ethics matters. As a result of that, the Independent Ethics Commission issued a statement saying that it was going to exercise jurisdiction over home rule municipalities unless the home rule municipalities rules were essentially the same as the state rules. Not surprisingly, most home rule municipalities in Colorado view the question of what is ethical conduct by local officials to be a matter of local concern. And a number of home rule municipalities have objected to the position of the Independent Ethics Commission. There is a lawsuit that has been filed. In the lower courts, the courts ruled that the Independent Ethics Commission basically could not regulate home rule municipalities so long as the the local municipality, the local home rule municipality, had its own ethics ordinance that generally covered the same topics as the state rule. That the Independent Ethics Commission filed an appeal to the Colorado Supreme Court, challenging the lower court ruling and trying to solidify its ability to impose ethical rules on home rule municipalities. That case has been briefed and argued, and we're waiting for a decision. It's going to shock not only me, but most home rule municipalities if the Supreme Court does not uphold the right of home rule municipalities to establish their own local rules. That really has very little to do with this ordinance, but I expect a decision from the Supreme Court anytime. And depending upon what that decision is, we may be back revisiting our ethics ordinance. So the purpose of the ordinance that's in front of you is to add the 3 exceptions to the general default rule that a town officer or employee cannot have a town contract. Shannon, you did the memo. You want to add anything to that?
No, I think you covered it very thoroughly. Thank you, Tim.
Sure.
So if a councilman was a published author, Tim, and the town wanted to buy like several hundred books for employees as a Christmas gift, the council person would just have to recuse himself and it'd be cool?
Well, in your hypothetical, did the council member actually sell the books to the town?
Yeah, at a discount.
Yeah. Okay. If it's Jeffrey, if it's less than $5,000, that council member would be allowed to do the contract, but he or she would have to recuse themselves and not vote on the contract.
Okay, I'll do the math. Thank you.
The votes, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions?
No.
For Tim. Thanks for that, Tim. That was really cool.
That was cool.
All right. Everybody good for first reading on this one?
Yeah.
Cool. We have manager's report, public projects update. Thank you, Tim.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I have one thing to add for you to the memo. I don't think that made sense. Anyway, we need to approve a closure of Lincoln Ave between French and the bank entrance, right there at the St. John's church work. They ran into some utility problems with their excavation, so we need to allow them to get into the road right there. So for the next 2 weeks, that little section of Lincoln will be closed.
Say that where exactly, Shannon? Say that again. Where? In front of the bank?
Do you know where St. John's is? Across.
You know where Amazing Grace is?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Across from the Grace,
Yeah.
where they're working. We need to close Lincoln right there.
Okay. Okay, so just from
adjacent to the church.
So but people could still get into the bank from the south entrance, as you know, they can get in bank across from the
You can use
speakeasy.
both of the bank entrances,
Okay.
but they would have to go up and around to Wellington.
Okay, for 2 weeks.
So it'll be inconvenient for that one building for sure. And I know a lot of people coming down Wellington like to cut through that way.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to need to be careful because the road will be closed.
Okay.
And it should be reopened before November 1 because that's our deadline for allowing work in the right of way.
Yeah.
Other than that, I can take questions on anything in the memo.
Thanks, Shannon. Any questions?
Shannon, page 9 of 14 on the North Water Treatment Plant. What is a residual gravity thickener?
Great question. I do not know.
I do not know either.
To jump in on that, he can. If not, we can get back to you.
You can get back to me. I was just
absolutely.
It was something I saw that I had never even heard of. A gravity thickener. It thickens the.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a residual gravity thickener is what you're talking about. Dennis.
So what I can give you a guess, but we'll look more official.
I don't need it. I was just laughing.
It's thicken the residuals, obviously.
Apparently.
I think it helps out with the structure, the inlet structure blower.
Okay. Geniuses. Any other questions for Shannon on this? All right, parking and transportation. Parking garage?
Looking good. We're on schedule, on budget. It's getting large quickly, as we all can see.
It is. Questions on the garage? Anyone? All right. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
Child care and housing update. Hello, Lori Best.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Great, great. We did have a housing committee meeting today, and I just wanted you'll get the minutes in your next packet, but there were a couple things I just wanted to touch base with you all on. We reviewed a proposal from the Braddock Group and Miller Group in regard to the annexation agreement amendment request, and wanted to let you know that they have reduced their ask, this has been scheduled for a council work session on October 27th. So the committee took a look at it today, and we'll bring it to the full council on the 27th. Two other things. We talked to the committee a little bit today as we're preparing our budget. We wanted to find out from the committee if there was support for a couple things. One is, and currently I do not have this included in my 2021 budget, so that's why I wanted to touch base. One is the continuation of the buy down program. You know, we had launched that in 2019, and since 2019 acquired, I think it's 13 units, and you know, we've sold 7. We have 6 that are going to go in the rental program, but we've not budgeted or planned for any additional acquisitions under the buy down program. And it actually is a good way to acquire deed restrictions, especially if we are going to slow down on new construction. It allows us to preserve some of the existing inventory. And so we talked to the committee to see if they were supportive of including some funding for buy downs in the housing fund going forward, given that we do have a fund balance that is designated for the use for housing and can't be spent on anything else. So they were very supportive of continuing the buy down program and putting some money in the budget for 2021. Just wanted to make sure the council felt the same. Also, in terms of projects, we did cancel the Brick Studio project. So we talked to the committee today about potentially moving forward with a very, very small housing out at Public Works for town of Breck employees only. And we're talking something 10 to 15 units as maybe a first phase. We had looked at that site a while back, and you know, we're going to be losing the Schoonover unit soon. And there's a lot of demand from HR for town transitional units right now. They're all full, and we're having a hard time trying to find the housing for town employees. So the committee was also supportive of moving forward with a small project out at Public Works that would be intended for town of Breck employees. So kind of as we're preparing our budget, we wanted to see if there's support or if we can continue to put those kinds of things in the budget that you will ultimately see.
How's everybody feel about both of those?
Lori, did you say 2 units?
Oh, 10 to 15.
10 to 15.
Hey, Lori, question. Did the committee think that 250 square foot unit was still appropriate? Were we looking at something bigger?
Yeah, for the project that we're thinking about out at Public Works, which would be for town of Breck employees, we wanted to talk first with Transit and Rec and find out what they think their employees need, but the 250 is a little smaller than what we're thinking. We're thinking something in the neighborhood of a traditional studio unit, 400 square feet at least, that kind of project for town of Breck employees out there.
And then also open up to couples as well?
Yeah, it could be a dependent. It could be an employee with their dependents. But definitely this is really to hit that, you know, the transit drivers who just are really struggling to find places to live. So I can think our first stop would be to chat with James and chat with Scott and see what the employees need. But our thought is that they're very small units, but they're not the micro studios. The micro studios you know, that is still an intriguing model, but that's not what we're thinking about doing for our Town of Breck employees on this project. This would be a small Town of Breck project down on the Public Works property. When and if we get back to a micro studio project, we'll just have to look at other parcels that we might want to use for a project that's basically open to the public, not restricted just to Town of Breck employees.
Thank you.
What we would do is we'd put this out for a bit, not necessarily a full RFP, but we would go to 3 or 4 contractors that we've used and have them see if they were interested in submitting proposals so we could have some comparisons to look at. And certainly David would be welcome to bid a similar model, but it would just have to be with bigger unit sizes, I think, for what we were trying to do on there. But this is something where if we want to be in the ground building this coming summer in 21, we need to move now on it. So, you know, we need to start the process. So we need to make sure we have the support from the council, that we have it from the committee to move forward. So
everybody good on both of these? Thumbs up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lori. Committee reports.
Oh, just a quick question. Any bites, or have we put out the call for employers for the
oh yeah, the master lease program. We're calling it LEAP.
Yeah.
So
20, we have 20 applications.
Housing assistance program, LEAP. Yeah, we've had quite a few applications. I think it's 19 applications already. We only have 6 units. And the lottery is going to be this Saturday. It'll be in a public Zoom meeting. But that's what we'll do, is we'll have the lottery Saturday, and we're receiving a lot of interest from a lot of, you know, Main Street businesses. So it's kind of cool.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Hey, Lori, have any of those, we had talked about a few of those maybe being under contract?
Yeah, you know, we bought 13 buy down units, and up until about, I don't know, a month and a half ago, we had sold, well, we sold 3 since we launched LEAP. So, you know, that's why we're down to 6 buy down units available for LEAP.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lori.
One question on childcare. If we're planning to put a question on the ballot in April 2022, are we planning to budget anything in 2021 just for outreach and educational efforts?
Yep.
We spend very little money on that. Yeah, because of what the town's position is. So we can only educate. We can't obviously advocate for.
And Carol, we're not really that far along.
Yeah.
We've had some discussion about where it would come from, what it would be, what kind of tax it would be, you know, property or sales or short-term rental, but we have not gotten very far at all.
Okay,
So,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think once we have the language nailed down, or even before that, if we want to invest a small amount, something like 10,000, not more, just to conduct initial surveys to see what language could be more favorable, I think a small investment like that would really pay dividends before going to the ballot.
That's a good point, because that's a model the county uses quite regularly to test ballot language to see what has a better chance of passing, and that may be something. It's a very easy process for us to do an appropriation and add that, and I think that, you know, probably sooner than later we may want to look at a committee, and you know, in the past we've asked the child care committee to kind of you know, look at this a little bit, but we may want to set up a group and start talking about this. So that's a great point.
we get that good language like, do you not negatively think that we shouldn't possibly not charge a tax that won't increase your taxes? That's what you spend the big bucks on. All righty, committee reports. We had, thanks, Lori. We had committee reports. Looks like the biggest one was Haley. Anybody have questions on all her stuff with the particular the warmer campaign?
I think it's a great idea. I like it.
Everybody good?
Yeah.
All right. There you go. That was an easy sell.
That was painless.
Events. Anybody have any questions on the events committee notes that Shannon is here for? Nope. Okay. Yeah, they were good. Thanks, Shannon. All right, we have some time. Is this COVID time now, Rick?
It's COVID. All
COVID time.
Yeah, Dick.
Hey, Eric, before we jump into COVID, I neglected to bring this up during the budget discussion, but the social equity group would, we would like to ask to appropriate or to add to the budget for 21 about $100,000 to be used in our social equity efforts, and really we're close to naming the commission. So we're committed to pay the commissioners. We also want to start getting to work on some low-hanging fruit, primarily some translation of some of our public notices and some of that kind of stuff. And we feel like we're going to need a budget to work with in 21. So I'm sorry I didn't bring that up during the budget discussion, but how much? I want to throw that out and see if it has support of council.
How much, Dick?
We were thinking about 100,000.
And and just to piggyback on what Dick is saying, when he's talking about low-lying fruit, it's translating everything that we do, taking a look at the website and seeing what that would take for translation, but also, if there's any other accessibility that it needs, for instance, for people who can't see, things like that.
And we also need to do some data, we need to survey the community and understand kind of what we don't know. So, it would allow us to do some of that work as well.
Excellent. Anybody have a problem with this?
No, but I do have a question. Dick, how big is the commission going to be? How many people?
9 members, and we're thinking that initially Aaron, Carol, and I will all 3 be on it, and basically with the intention that 2 of us have a short term, and those kind of would be viewed as placeholders to be named, short meaning with, a year or less for 2 of us. And so then the 3 of us would be involved in setting it up and getting us going. And then we'd have 2 seats that we could identify to name people once we think at that point where we will have identified gaps on the commission, and those 2 seats for 2 of us to step back would allow, and we may still stay involved, but just not in that voting position. So it would allow us to fill gaps with community members.
Thank you.
All right. Any objections? Okay. Where are you going to stick this, Rick?
I don't know. Yeah. We'll probably up in, where you guys kind of back in that executive management area, because it's kind of one of your initiatives as a council. So.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Thanks, Dick. COVID time.
COVID time.
It's like hammer time, but worse.
Yeah, it's good.
It's like hammer time, but terrible. All right. So, and then Rick, and really, I wanted to have a sort of a broader discussion about a couple of things. As most of you know, we've been receiving emails from business owners and citizens about a lack of enforcement, about, there is so much COVID fatigue right now. And I know even that word is getting overused, but it is the truth. There are plenty of businesses in town that have pretty much just given up, and they have either given up or they have realized that since we are not really enforcing stuff, they can make money by being full. And there is definitely a sense amongst those of the businesses that are following the rules that this is BS and the council needs to do something about it. So that's why I asked Rick if we could start doing something. I've talked to Dick multiple times. Originally we talked about, some kind of structure where there'd be a warning, there'd be $1,000 fine, there'd be a 48-hour suspension, there'd be a week-long suspension, something like that, so we could get everybody's attention. I think Jim answered some of those questions already, but it has gotten significantly more difficult. And I'm saying this as a frontline, worker. I work the door at the restaurant multiple days a week. It has gotten back to early summer difficulty with customers once we've moved inside. So we need to do something. We need to support the businesses in town with this. And we also need to support the businesses that are doing the right thing by telling the ones that aren't doing the right thing that they're doing the wrong thing. You can follow that. So, Rick?
Really need, I think, we kind of need to be on the same page on how tough we want to be on this.
Hey, your volume's messed up again.
Wow.
Any better right now?
No. I think you're overmodulated. Maybe turn it down a little bit. I'm over caffeinated.
You might try calling in.
Well, I can do that right away.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good right there.
Talk fast. It's working now.
I need to understand the summons process. I think it's fairly, we could issue a summons, and are we issuing it to the manager on duty, the actual business owner, or what? And but let me tell you, the wheels turn very slowly when it comes to Bolt. If our only recourse in shutting down a business for a period of time is going through the Bolt licensing process, COVID will have been long gone by the time we get to that. And so, I want to talk to Tim about any emergency powers that we might have to issue temporary closures or some type of, I think we have to have some sort of a due process if you're taking away somebody's ability to have a livelihood out there and make money. But I'm concerned about, going down the Bolt route to go after a repeat violator business. I just don't want expectations to be set too high because that takes a while. Don't you agree, Tim?
I do. Rick, are any of the businesses that you're concerned about liquor license establishments?
I think
I would imagine most of them would be, right, Eric?
Yes, sir.
Under the Colorado Liquor Code, there is a provision for a suspension before you hold the hearing. We've never used that here. We typically give the establishment notice, 10 days or so, and then there's a hearing held before the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority to determine if sanctions should be imposed, including suspension of the license for a while, which would effectively close down a lot of these establishments if they couldn't sell alcohol. We would need to look at the part in the liquor code I'm thinking about that says you can, in sort of it's called a summary suspension. You suspend first and then hold a hearing in 10 or 20 days. It's a little heavy, but the statutes clearly authorize it, and it's been done elsewhere.
I think there are sort of levels to this thing where the places that we've heard of that are shutting down and then reopening with the blinds drawn. I'm not talking about any place in particular that has blinds. I'm just using that as a metaphor. And then reopening to service staff are the ones that are really egregiously, potentially affecting the health of the community, because they're inviting service workers in to a situation where there could be spread. I think there's a little bit of a difference between that and a bar that is allowing some customers to creep into a place where they shouldn't be. So, there's a health of the community thing. And Jim, I don't know how you would even draw that line or how your guys would, but I think I don't know. I'm really frustrated right now, as is Dick. We've had these calls with the restaurant association. Some guys are getting to a point, they just don't care.
Yeah.
Somehow we need to.
Eric, maybe we distinguish between the social distancing, / capacity health order and our, I don't know if it was an ordinance, but we still have the 11 o'clock no alcohol order. Somebody violated the 11 o'clock no alcohol order in a manner that you described. I think we go hard after that. Somebody that violates the health order around distancing, and I think we go through the progression. But these guys that are reopening, that's egregious, big time.
Absolutely. And I would also say a full bar is egregious as well. I know that doesn't fall under our ordinance, but it is, right? Like that's spread as well.
Eric, what is the county public health position on this issue? Do we know? Jim, have you spoken?
You mean as far as enforcement?
Yes.
They're completely understaffed. They can't even do health inspections right now. They're so understaffed.
Yeah. They're completely swamped with source tracing and dealing with all the businesses with outbreaks and such. So I would agree with Eric. They're frustrated. I can tell you that.
They send out for the first time ever a self-compliance check for health inspection.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you say it again, please?
How was that?
That was
so, we have a new council member?
That's never happened before. So they send out a sheet. We're understaffed. Please do your own health compliance. Make sure you're monitoring temperatures, et cetera, et cetera. They're in the weeds pretty hard right now. So to get them to enforce anything, they even said at the start of this, there's some paperwork that you had to fill out. You have to have it displayed. And when we ask, are you going to come around and check on the paperwork? Nope, just hang it up. We will not be around to, this is on you. So we're not going to get any help from them.
Okay.
And I think that's shown in the contact tracing too. I think if we can ease their burden, I would be interested in doing that so that they could do a better job in the areas that, they are the only ones who have to do that job.
And again, I think this is an opportunity where we could be a leader as a town to provide support.
What are our options? What can we do other than Jim's office is doing occasional front of the week, back of the week checks? So this is something. It's going to cost us money. Not necessarily the town money, but the community money. If this keeps going, it keeps running ripshod like this. This could get a lot of people sick and make us go back to a different level of closure.
Look, Jeffrey, Dick and I heard early on that there were operators that said, I'm going to push it because whatever fine the town gives me, I will more than make that money up. And
Well, but that's where, but that won't be the case if they lose a liquor license or it's suspended.
I totally agree. That's why I think this is a, and I mean, we have said, we have asked for everybody's compliance. We've been
So
asking.
generally what I would suggest to you is that you don't sit here as a group of 7 and try to figure out how to solve the problem.
Yep.
Is you let us know that there is a problem and that you would like to see. So if general parameters, you would like to see an increase in enforcement. You would like to see a process for accountability, right? Where it's through a fine system or even, I think we can do a very good job of gauging the level of non-compliance and whether it's kind of a egregious versus, we know that there's different staff from different places, and sometimes staff do things because they're not as up to speed maybe on a rule and things like that. And so I think we have the ability to use discretion where it can become pretty obvious when you're at your 4th time back at the same establishment with the same problem that they're ignoring you.
Yeah.
And then it's time to do something different. I mean, this is what we've all did for a living for a lot of years. So I think we can come up with some stuff that we would bring back to you with what that looked like. I really need to understand penalties. I need to understand potential penalties and processes and what tools we could put in our toolbox to address the problem areas and what that would look like. And so I think we need an internal meeting and we need to sit down and discuss that and then come back with a proposal. Meanwhile, I think we like what Jim is proposing right now. And obviously he hears you, and we'll continue to work with him and see to what level, if we can, reassign some people or do something where we can increase that. The other thing we got to do is we got to get word out there that people need to call the right people when this is going on, because hearing about this stuff 3 days later through third party does not allow us to go in and try to address the problem when it's occurring. And I get it that people I don't want to call and tell him, but they walk into these bars or restaurants and they see this stuff going on, and then 24 hours later they call Eric and they tell him about it. And instead of calling, people can report stuff anonymously. I hope they know that. They can call a non-emergency number at dispatch and say, I think somebody ought to check out, so-and-so, because I was just in there and they do not appear to be following the rules. And they're going to ask for your name and they're going to ask all this stuff. And you can say, I don't want to give my name. And you say, I don't want to be contacted by the police. I don't want to. They can cooperate as little or as much as they want.
And Rick, that number is 668-8600.
That's the non-emergency number at dispatch. Yeah. There's also a hotline, I believe, that the county has for reporting violations, but I have no idea how often that's checked or anything like that. So, I mean, Jim, do you agree that calling the non-emergency number to report something going on would be the best way to get more immediate notice of that?
Yes, absolutely. We need that. That's the best way.
In addition, I mean, I think I can speak for all of us. I don't want to really slam someone that made an honest mistake. I'm more concerned with the disregarding of public health and flaunting the rules. Do we have any mechanism to kind of encourage just mask wearing on? You guys want to talk about that? Just mask wearing on Main Street? Any thoughts on that?
And it's really in the core, Jeffrey. It's in our mandatory mask zone.
But how do we get the word out more? Is it signage? If we're not going to do the mask ambassador, any thoughts?
There are a ton of signs up. The public works staff has put signs up all
everywhere. Okay.
Still,
we're probably over 100 signs that we put out. It's going to start looking a little funny after a while.
Right.
Yeah, Jeffrey, I I don't have the answer. I really don't. I mean, I think you could stand out there all day long and tell people to put their mask on, and those people are going to leave in 2 days, and there's going to be other people doing it, and it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but I don't know right now without that venue. I was amazed, right? As soon as we did Walkable Maine, we had this. It looked like we jumped to we had 95% compliance. It was a miracle. I thought it was great. People really got into it, but then as soon as that kind of venue environment went away, yeah.
I think we need to try. I think we need to well, first of all, don't our signs say that, violators will be fined or whatever? I think we need to do that. And I do agree with the original thought, Rick, that you had, or somebody had, about not having it, maybe having it as a community service officer, so that, maybe it's not a police officer with the full garb and everything, but maybe it's, a little bit more community friendly, sure. But I think at some point we need to do what we're saying that we're going to do. And I feel for, people who are working in restaurants and retailers who are having this conversation all the time. And I feel like the town needs to support and not just with signs, but also with telling people to wear masks and not fully rely on our frontline staff.
Yeah, the problem, I don't know if Jim will say this, but the problem with having the PD do it with this new state statute, every time they contact someone, every time they stop and talk to somebody, they got to write a report. Is that accurate, Jim?
Even if it's a community service officer?
It's not a police report, so to speak. And Aaron, no, it does not apply to a CSO. We are still documenting if it's a police officer. There's a bunch of demographic information we need to collect for every police contact. That was another part of Senate Bill 217. The officers and the CSOs and even the ambassadors, when they are confronting people that are not wearing masks, they're not doing it. And I'll just refer you back to when this ordinance was passed. The intent behind it was to give us a tool to compel compliance. And the marching orders we gave our staff is that when you
Jim, I think you froze.
That's a rough face to freeze on right there.
There you go. You're back.
I think
breaking up.
Yeah, you were frozen for a minute, bud.
Yeah.
You guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'm not sure how much of that came through, but.
So right where you said the marching orders you gave staff.
So the marching orders that we gave staff was that when they encountered somebody that wasn't wearing a mask, they were to gain compliance. And we told them that could look one of two things. The person puts a mask on or the person leaves the mask zone. And either one of those would be considered acceptable outcomes. It's the issue, I think, that becomes a struggle is that even though you may be seeing it several times, that one person that we're encountering, they can't really pay for everybody that came before them.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's the part that can kind of be a challenge with the enforcement part of it. I think the part with the businesses, that might be a little bit easier to address, but the actual mask zone, I spent a little time in Aspen recently. They have a similar ordinance in place, and I think our compliance is better than it was there.
I think we should try. I think, if it means that we need to add another CSO or two into the budget, I think it's money worth spending, because I do think it's showing our community that we're showing up for them as well. And it's not just on their shoulders, it's on our shoulders too.
And really right now, it's Saturday, Sunday. That's really the problem right now. We're overwhelmed on Saturdays and Sundays. During the week, it's still pretty busy, but it is manageable. And the people are pretty manageable. I mean, the weekends they're pretty crazy right now. Just people trying to get out of the city and come up here. We have what? We have like 3 weekends left of October, and then we'll probably catch a break for a couple weeks because the weather will turn. But it's supposed to be nice for a couple weeks at least. It's really a Saturday, Sunday problem right now, Jim. So for whatever that's worth.
Well, as far as the restaurants go and the businesses, I feel confident that Rick and Pete Barrett and Tim can come up with a real good solution to that. As far as the people walking on Main Street, I agree with Aaron that if we're going to have a mandatory mask policy, then we need to find a way to enforce it.
All right, I hear you. What I want to do is talk to Jim and see what their staffing and that looks like. Would you, you guys want to throw some money at that in case we have to pay overtime for people to be out there or do? It's very difficult to just go add a CSO because by the time, I mean, we could look at one, but by the time we would get them through training to work in a solo environment. That's why they're a step above the ambassadors, because there's quite a bit of training that they go through in order to kind of do the job that they do. And so you're at least 3 to 4 months before you probably even see the CSO out there.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And Rick, to your point, you put the ambassador out there, they get all kind of grief. You put a couple of CSOs out there in uniform, they have a better chance of getting compliance. So as far as putting money to get at it, you tell us what it's going to take.
Well, we've already had some in the budget, remember, for the ambassadors. I think we just repurposed that.
Yeah, let me look at that. Thank you. Thanks, Dick, for reminding me, because I forgot that was in there for that. So we'll look at that.
I think we took it out. We took it out for 2021, but yeah, you'd have to put it back in.
No, Brian said it was in there. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's pretty much what we wanted to do, is get those couple of things rolling. And we'll trust the staff to come up with something that we can do.
Hey, Eric, I'm in agreement. I fully trust the team we have here and the experience, the tremendous amount of experience in this kind of thing. All I would like to do is just express urgency, particularly with the business issue, because it's been going on way too long. And it really, the late night stuff involves a lot of workforce, and that's workforce that works it all over town. So if there's an outbreak, the spread is going to be fast.
And it is, a lot of this is also related to the workers are exhausted. It's been way busier than anybody intended. Everybody's a little bit short-staffed because it's busier than intended, and people are looking for a little relief. They just want to go out, and that's, it's a sort of a perfect storm to have some problems. So
I think we need to just encourage people to drink at home.
You look like you are right now in the dark there.
Oh, we should encourage them to buy marijuana and stay at home, because that helps.
For the kids.
Childcare.
For the kids.
For the children.
Kids. We do it I smoke for the kids.
Light one for the kids. Get Haley on that. Yeah.
Just to Dick's point regarding the urgency. So the organized kind of push that I described earlier, that will start tomorrow, just FYI.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Thanks, Rick, Shannon. Any other COVID stuff we need to talk about? Other than the fact that everybody is burnt to a crisp right now.
God.
Has anybody been to Jackson Hole since COVID?
No.
Been all through Wyoming.
I was talking to somebody from Park City, and they said Jackson Hole was doing it right. So it might be something for us to look into. I meant to research it before this meeting, but I didn't get a chance.
Yeah, I've been up in Wyoming and Montana, and I'd go into a Napa wearing a mask, and it felt like I was flying the communist flag. I mean, just no one was buying it. So I don't know about Jackson though.
We have one thing that a lot of ski resort vacation areas don't. That's a metropolitan city within an hour and 15 minutes, which is that is our greatest strength and sometimes our greatest weakness. And, you know, it's why we're busy right now, but it's also why we're having some of these issues.
Yeah.
So at the community meeting with the Amy Wineland last, what was it, Friday? Thursday, Friday? There were 246 people, I believe, signed on to that with a lot of questions. And so we were having another one this week just because the demand seemed to be there. So I think we're having another one this week and then maybe even again a week after that. I don't know. So.
That's true. Friday, 10 o'clock. And then next week, we should be having another one. I think that one's on Thursday, and that's with the ski area.
Yeah, and Rick, some of those comments are from people that we're talking about because they weren't supportive in the least. So I was on there. I had to get off early, so I didn't hear all the comments, but I was astonished at the number of comments that I heard of people that were not supportive of our public health.
A couple of things, if you want to get some other business done, Eric, if there's no other COVID, we'd like to do a kind of a quasi ribbon cutting, quick tour of the new water plant. And it's not going to, while I can't not invite the public, there will be nothing to involve the public because we have to keep groups less than 10 people. So, but it will bring Gary, I want to bring Gary and Wendy back for this and just take a few minutes to present them with their stuff that we never gave them. So, and we can do that in a very safe environment. So we're looking at, we figure at the most this would take an hour. And we're looking at either the week of the 19th, which would be next week, or the week of the 26th. So thoughts if early morning is better for people. Some people have tougher schedules than others, so we could do a doodle poll if you think to see what might work for the most people, but
a doodle poll would be great. And the week of the 26th is better than the week of the 19th. But there's a school holiday, the 23rd through the 26th. So if it could be the 27th through the 30th, that would be terrific.
all right.
Specific, aren't you?
There is a council meeting on the 27th, and we have done these things on council meeting days because we know everybody is in town typically. Although Jeffrey, you will be out of state, right?
Yep, I'll be out on the 27th, yeah, but I'll be tuning in.
Yeah, but we could do this. I mean,
yeah,
I'd like to have you there, but if we can't have everybody, we need to get this thing done before the snow flies.
Yeah.
Rick, the 27th makes sense for me. That's perfect.
I'd prefer not to do the 27th. Yeah,
maybe we should do a doodle poll, you know?
Doodle.
Yeah.
Send out the doodle.
I'll doodle on the, yeah.
Hey, this is an FYI. I just got a text from someone that said that CU is here this week.
Oh.
Which is great.
Is it their Petri dish sorority?
They're back in class. They were here the previous 2 weeks when they were supposed to be in lockdown, but all the kids left.
Because I know that Denver schools are off this week too. So
well, CU's back in class.
Okay.
I don't have anything else under the town manager stuff. So if you want to do your committee reports and get.
Yeah. Did we have MMC? I can't even remember. I swear to God, every day is like 3.5 years for me right now.
No, we
Didn't have
already
anything.
reported that out.
I got nothing. Open space.
Okay. We did have a meeting and I did not prepare a summary. So, you know, you're going to wish that you had Jeffrey back. We had a field season update, which included they hired on a new open space technician to replace a vacancy. She used to work for Jefferson County. They constructed an undulate exclosure in the Barney Ford clear cut. They extended the Extenuate Trail to intersect with French Gulch Road. They completed the Middle Flume Trail reroute. They opened the first phase of the Mineral Hill hiking only trail. They began installing new etiquette signs, which you may have seen around. They conducted maintenance on the slalom trail, and they completed work with a mini excavator, which is, you know, includes drainages for the Fall Classic trail, installed rock armoring and improved drainage of the Upper Flume Trail. They constructed drainage for the Prospect Gulch Trail, and they improved drainages on the True Romance Trail. Then we had a recap of the Friends of Breckenridge Trails, and overall, in consideration of COVID and the way that things were done a little bit more online to register, there was a decrease in participation, but not by too much. They still got a good amount done over the summer. For August 8th and 22nd, they had a total of 50 volunteers that constructed 1,500 feet of new trail, as an example. So that went overall really well. And I think that there will be some processes, including the online registration, that they'll continue to do after COVID. Since there is a BOSAC vacancy, we put out a request for people to fill that vacancy. There have been 13 applicants. Those interviews will be conducted mostly tomorrow, with 1 or 2 on Monday. And those interviews will be conducted by Ann, Matt, and myself. And then we'll make recommendations to the commission. Commission will make recommendations to council. We did talk, there was some presentation about trail priorities. Staff talked about how they were in the midst of budgeting. Obviously, they submitted the budget. We'll talk about it next Tuesday. The priorities for 2021 include the Golden Horseshoe special use authorization. So that is one. And then projects from 2020 that are expected to continue and finalize in 2021 include the Rose of Breckenridge beginner mountain bike loop with interpretive educational signage, Cucumber Gulch preserve trail alignments, and trailhead expansions. And that's about it. We did talk about the Wellington Forestry project that will be underway soon. The communication plan for Wellington will be right around when it starts. So there won't be any time to forget what's going on up there. So that's why there's been a bit of a pause in the communication plan. And they've secured $30,000 in funding for forestry projects in Peak 7 through the 2020 Strong Future Funds. And then we had some Cucumber Gulch Preserve updates, and again, talked about the winter activity updates.
Any questions?
No, but I'd like to make one observation for those 47 listening or watching. Get to check out that new Mineral Hill hiking trail. It is just a engineering marvel. Really, really fun. Goes up to some scenic areas, especially the Wellington Oro mine, and bring hiking poles, because there's a lot of stairs and steps that it really helps. So yeah, it's really well done trail by Open Space.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
All right.
Hey, Eric?
Yes, sir.
So I think I need to let the council know, part of the current ethics ordinance that we operate under requires that the town manager must approve any contract involving a town officer, and that must be communicated with the town council. And we didn't follow those rules in Open Space when we hired Nikki to work on building these new trail signs, and since Nikki is on open space, she's considered a town officer, and it should have been part. While we believe we had a very fair price and have worked with her on other stuff, it should have been a competitive bid, which is, you know, one of the reasons that we're looking at this change, because we do have talented people in house that, you know, whether it's Lou Baboo we use to build trophies, right, for bike races, who work for us, and these small kind of things. But just for full transparency, I wanted to make you aware of the, you know, the mishap here recently. So. And it's a small dollar amount. It was only like, it was less than $3,000, but it's still.
The trail signs are fantastic, though. They're super clever. They're very catchy. Everyone loves them and are talking about them. So I feel like it really did its job.
I have a completely different opinion of them.
Not surprising.
No, I'm sure you're not surprised. At some point, I think we need to have a philosophical discussion. And I've already started talking with Rick and Aaron about this, with BOSAC, about where we're headed with our trails and a signage package that honestly seems to be all over the place. So at some point, like I said, I've been talking to Rick and Aaron about this. I think after we get through some other stuff, you know, at some point this winter, we need to have I'd like to have a broad discussion with BOSAC, just on a philosophical basis on where we're heading with what has become a massive part of our town. So.
Yeah, I'd love to be part of that.
Well, it'll be all of us. I mean, I think, listen, in the end, town council sets the tone for everything that gets done in the community. That's just, and at some point we need to check in and make sure that things are headed the way town council feels they should be headed. So.
Yeah, I agree. And I know I've talked about this too, with the influx, with looking at how many new users we have, not just because of COVID, but also because it's been growing and growing. I think it's a good time to address that and talk about, you know, what do we want our trails to be? How do we want them to function? Yeah, I'm completely supportive.
So that's to be decided later at some point when we can get together after all this other stuff we're doing.
Yeah, as you say, we got to shoot the snake closest to our foot.
The big snake closest to our foot first.
The coughing snake.
Dennis, tourism?
I don't have anything on the BTO to update us on other than what Lucy came up with, or what she usually updates us on. But the BHA, Sally Barber is still going to happen, but the same guys that are going to shore up Sally Barber are working on St. John's. So as soon as they're done with St. John's and getting that to a point where they can leave, then they'll start on the Sally Barber mine tipple. But Larissa did give me these notes that on September operation highlights for the BHA, they exceeded September 2019 visitor numbers on all paid outdoor BHA tours and hikes, which is pretty exciting. And the most dramatic rise was gold panning at the Lomax Gulch. It was 321 people this year versus 44 people in 2019. So people were taking advantage of historical tours, and that was exciting for them and for all of us.
So
Okay.
Sally Bar is going to be pushed back a little bit because they got some utility work they got to do in Lincoln now.
Maybe even more, but the same guys are going to do the shoring up, so possibly.
Awesome. Let's see, creative arts. Who's doing that now? I can't even remember. Is that you, Dick? Go ahead. Doesn't have your name next to it.
It's both of us. That's probably why. So it's we just really wanted to confuse you.
That's right. Go for it, Kelly. Why don't you want to do it?
Sure. I mean, we haven't had a meeting in a few weeks now. I'm not sure if we already updated on the last one, but Dick and I have really been getting schooled by a bunch of great, very thoughtful, very involved people for the last couple of months at BCA And the most recent is, of course, on this year's budget. And I think Dick said it well earlier, is just that we really want to be thoughtful with this budget. I think that BCA's done a really great job leaning in this summer, and they've been able to fill in some spots that I think really helped our community and helped our visitors. So we definitely want to, put them in a position to continue to be a part of our community success. And so we've just been learning sort of where all that money goes. And, I can't remember all the specific numbers, but Rick's right. There's like a 1.6 budget and several other budgets. And I think a pretty clear package of what the options are for us. So it'll be really good to have Matt talk to us and walk us through some of those comparisons. And he's been great in really trying to think outside the box. And we obviously want to work with him to continue to push him to work outside the box. But I think, in these times, he's been really doing good things for us, and that whole organization has been.
I think the Riverwalk is going to be a focal point, or an option for us, this viable option for us this winter for various things.
Yeah, and to that point, Jeffrey, is he separating out sort of the things that the council has sort of been asking people to do in relationship to COVID, as opposed to just, putting those into his budget? Is he saying, look, these are some things that you asked for, so don't hold those against me, kind of thing?
Kelly, Dick, I don't know.
Well, I mean, Dick can certainly chime in as well, but I think, this is mostly forward looking. So he definitely has looked at how he can continue to commute or continue to support education and community, and then some of the bigger projects that are maybe more further reaching, like for visitors. Dick, did you want to add?
Go ahead.
But he does know that, like that, I don't know, the Riverwalk, I think we could use that for a lot of different, and I'm sure that's expensive to operate, or to keep it heated enough. But talk about social distancing, and that an area that's a bit protected from the elements.
Yeah, and to Kelly's point, and she said it well with Matt. The drill down on that is, to be prepared to pivot with community as our resilience group comes up with ideas. He's got to keep his resources somewhat whole. The technology at the Riverwalk Center, and some of his stuff's gotten fairly sophisticated, and he's got to have a team on board that can be ready to jump in and make this stuff work.
And Jeffrey, COVID. Yeah, to your point on the Riverwalk, that facility is being looked at for a lot of different things. I mean, Matt's been reporting out to the Resiliency Committee, and it's everything from childcare to retail. So I think, I'm not sure of if they've landed on the, issue that the Riverwalk would solve the best, but it's certainly being considered in a lot of different ways.
Oh yeah, I'm fine with that. I have all the confidence in the world in Matt and in the committee and all that. I just, that's something that is an opportunity for us, I think. Oh.
He's very willing to work with us and to pivot and to try things, which is really nice.
It is, and it shouldn't be counted against him in his budget, I guess is what I'm getting at. So,
yeah.
If $200,000 of his budget is stuff that the council has said, we need this for the winter for COVID, that's got to be above and beyond what he needs for his general operating scheme. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
I was under the impression Matt was going to speak with us tonight. Is that still going to happen at the regular meeting?
No, next meeting.
Next meeting, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, next meeting.
I'll share those thoughts with him, Eric. I was going to catch up with him here tomorrow, the next day, or one of these days this week.
Oh, he's on. He hears it.
Yeah, he hears it. Kelly, anything for childcare? Anything more for childcare?
We all need more childcare.
Your kids
less COVID, less COVID quarantine. That's it.
Hey, Kelly, can you hear me?
I can.
I thought you were going to bring up that we wanted to have BCA start presenting once a month. Yeah. BPO does.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I had talked to Rick, and Dick and I had talked about this before, and Matt's very willing, but we thought it would be good. You know, there are so many events going on in our community, and Matt's plugged into so many of them. And as Breck Music and BCA are working more and more together, we just think that having Matt bring that information and some, you know, maybe once a month update on the same night as BTO would just really help give us a better cohesive idea of what's going on in our town all the time. And I think especially right now where we just continually find ourselves pivoting and you know, having to make adjustments, I think it would be really helpful. But I'm hopeful that you guys would be supportive of giving him, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes once a month to report out on what's going on with BCA.
Yeah, I think on alternate from BTO, that'd be great.
Yeah.
As long as
go ahead.
ski area at the same time, they'll, you know, the staff can work that out.
And I think it'd be a constructive thing to have him in front of all of us so that if people have questions, they can ask, you know, Matt on a monthly basis. So
absolutely. I think it's a great idea. Tim Berry has a question for us. Tim, are you close by?
Is it legal? Legal question?
Hang on just one sec, guys.
I'm sure he's coming to us with a legal question. Let's help him.
Hey, Rick, is this what I'm asking about? I wondered if the council would like to consider making the Bolt hearing ordinance tonight an emergency ordinance, which would make it become effective immediately upon adoption as opposed to 35 days down the road. You know, we've done a couple of these kind of situations at the time of second reading. I have put together some quick language that I could, or Rick has, and we can provide if there's any interest in doing this.
I'd be fine with that. No, Tim, remember we need a super majority.
Yes, exactly right, Jeffrey. 5
Okay.
affirmative votes.
Okay, I get you.
Tim, I'm in favor of listening, yeah.
Okay, everybody.
Yeah.
Very
Good.
exciting.
Thanks, Tim.
You bet.
So what would be the process? Would somebody need to read that language in the record or?
Yes. And Rick, I can do that.
All right, and then they could make the motion based on what you said. Okay.
Yeah, yes. But we need to have the additional language in writing available to the council and made a part of the record. So
I will send it to all of them right now electronically.
okay. And then at the time of second reading, I'll walk everybody through what we're trying to do here, okay?
Thanks, Tim.
You bet.
Dick, do you have anything else on workforce housing?
No, that was well reported on by Laurie.
Okay, and we're good on social equity with what you guys did with the $100,000 ask.
Yeah, I think it's worth a plug to say that we're still looking for applicants, and we will be for the next 2 weeks until essentially, I think October 29th, right? So if anybody is watching who knows somebody who would be great for the Social Equity Commission or would like to apply themselves, please feel free to do so.
Aaron, is it on the website, our website, Town of Breck?
I hope so. I've seen it on social. I know it's out on social media.
It is.
So yeah.
Is it front page or is it hard to find like the parking structure drawings?
Let me try to find it. And
No,
also,
it's on the home page. It is rotating on the home page. So
Haley says it's Spotlight.
Spotlight. Very good. All right.
there are 2 ways to apply. You can either send in your letter of intent or you can fill out an application online.
Perfect. Anything else? We'll do other matters after the meeting. Everybody's got 5 minutes before we start the next meeting. So if you need to take a quick break, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I received it.
And it is 7 o'clock. I'm going to call the town council regular meeting for Tuesday, October 13th, 2020 to order. Roll call, please, Helen.
Ms. Sade,
Here.
Mr. Carlton,
Here?
Mr. Bergeron,
Here.
Ms. Owens,
Here.
Mr. Kuhn,
Present.
Ms. Giello,
Here.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes, thank you, Helen. Approval of the minutes for September 22nd and September 29th. Anybody have anything to say? Changes, corrections, additions, deletions? Nope, minutes stand for both meetings as presented. Agenda, Rick?
No changes, other than the addition, we'll change the one to an emergency ordinance.
Yep. Communications to council. We have citizens' comments. These are non-agenda items only. Please submit the comments. You can always ask us questions at mayor@townofbreckenridge.com, but we'll leave the chat function right now. I'll give everybody 30 seconds if you have something you would like to say, beginning right now. Remember, anytime you said something to mayor@townofbreckenridge.com, it goes to the entire council. So if you need to say something nasty about Jeffrey, he's going to read it. It doesn't just go to me. So. All righty.
All right.
If you are going to want to comment on any of the other things we're talking about this evening, if you got the packet, go ahead and you can write something at any point in the Q&A for those. Breckenridge Tourism Office update. Hi, Lucy.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Right. Well, what a marathon day today. You guys are to be congratulated. You're probably about 3/4 of the way through. So thanks for carving out some time for the BTO. I'm going to just touch on 3 things: business and lodging outlook, marketing PR update, and responsible tourism. So first of all, I would say that I'm just a tad more optimistic than Brian on what may happen this fall and early winter. The reason for that is summer, which we define May through October. Right now, we're down 16% in occupancy and only 13% in room nights. And considering that we were closed for half of March, April, and May, we think that's actually really quite good. You guys know the sales tax revenues, and they're pretty decent for retail, June and July, and lodging had a really good month in July. When we look at September, occupancy ended up even with last year, and room nights were up 6%. So I would expect that our revenues, accommodations tax, is going to be better than budget for September. The other thing that happened in September that's of note was we had booked over 8,800 rooms more than more for November through March. So looking forward to next winter, over almost 9,000 room nights more than same time last year. So that's an encouraging sign. We think that has, quite a lot to do with the Vail Resorts reservation system for using your pass and booking your rooms and things like that, as well as we heavied up our fall spend quite a bit. So good indicator. Then when we look at October, obviously we're only just starting out in October, but right now we're at 20% occupancy versus 15% last year. So that's a 30% increase. smaller numbers. But again, September and October are looking pretty favorable. And the fall is really where, when Brian and I were kicking around forecast numbers way back when COVID started, I was a little bit more optimistic. And again, I thought it was because of fall. Now, of course, what happens with COVID in December and that kind of thing is a crapshoot. But so we feel really good about the fall season and going into early winter. So, and then when we look at the winter market, when we look at the DMX competitive set, we're outperforming them by a few points. So again, to your point earlier, Eric, I think, with the proximity of Denver and the number of pass holders there and things like that, it's still early in the game. We've got 17% occupancy for the winter season. And typically by this time of year, we've got about a third of our business on the books. So I'll just stop here in case somebody has a question on any of that.
I do.
You do? Okay.
Will the ski area be giving preferential reservation treatment to people that book hotels in their system?
Eric, I have no idea, but that's something we can ask Dan tomorrow in the resiliency meeting.
Yeah. Remind me.
Yeah, I will. That question has come up from quite a few people. So, all right, then real quickly on marketing and PR. Brian had mentioned earlier that we're able to put $300,000 back into the overall marketing fund that the town holds. And that really is savings from paid media that we did not run in March, April, May, and June. We did not start paid media until after July 4th. So that's where that money is coming from. And we've been able to reallocate other funds within our budgets to be able to still heavy up in fall and do all the things that we needed to do for marketing this summer. Again, keep in mind that we started off with the drive market 300 to 500 miles initially, and then we bumped that up to 900 for September. And we have been blacking out high COVID markets. So we have about 23 cities that we have excluded at different times throughout the summer. So given all of that kind of things that would press marketing down remarkably, we're currently sitting at 1.5 million web visits year to date. And if you may or may not remember, 2 years ago, it was a big deal when we cracked 1 million for the year. So to be at 1.5, and keep in mind too, that since COVID started and we got that COVID info page, no matter what people are searching for when they come to our site, they immediately get pushed to that, what to expect in Breckenridge relative to COVID. Now, as a result of that, we have a 60% bounce rate, which means that they click off after that, but that is consistent with what's happening in the industry. So it's really pretty strong. On Jackrabbit, which is the kind of lodging referral program that we have, our searches are doing extremely well. Again, these are small numbers and we don't have every lodging property in there, but we're running about double the number of searches that we did this time last year. So there's a lot of interest in Breckenridge, and I think it fits with what we've been talking about in the destination analysts. Like people are going to travel. It's just a question of when, and they're shopping a lot. They're spending more time on the site. If we can keep COVID at bay, I think we can have a really decent winter. And I really believe that. That's not marketing speak.
That's a massive message we have to get out, Lucy.
Yeah, I agree.
Is the message that we've got to get, everybody's got to get back on board like they were when this thing started, that we'll have a great winter if we can just do the right thing.
Yeah, it's that. We'll talk about it tomorrow in the resiliency meeting. I've got a list, Shannon, of a number of different layers of messaging we can have, like for Main Street banner and other things. So we'll talk about that tomorrow and work it out and get some stuff printed.
Excellent.
So real quick on PR, we did cut back on PR well, we weren't planning on international anyway, and we didn't do Solstice, but we really cut back on hosting. That Austin, along with the agency, Handlebar PR, was still able to get some really killer media in here during, killer's not the right word, really strong media in here during COVID. I mean, we had Forbes, we had US Today, San Francisco Chronicle, Washington Post, New York Times. Austin Statesman and Houston Chronicle are two papers that we have always gotten really strong coverage in. I want to call out that both of those publications are looking hard at killing their travel departments. So that could be an impact for us in the Texas market. So anyway, so PR was able to generate 509 million impressions, worth about 275,000 in ad value. So it kind of balanced out what we didn't do in paid media, but we would have had a lot of PR anyway. So that's marketing PR. Any questions on that? And I'll just finish with responsible. Okay, so the responsible tourism, you've been hearing about this from us for a while. It is arguably, along with the destination management plan, the most important work I think the BTO will ever do. We've been working on this for about a year and a half. We started working on it during the DMP process, and it was initially focused on environmental responsibility. You've seen a lot of that work, no car, no problem, the Getty Challenge, Are You Brecken Ready, all those kinds of things. This summer, we expanded it due to COVID to really expand to, pushing more into the quality of life part of our vision statement. So really ramping up, the mask protocol messaging, slowing down marketing to a place where we thought it would be okay. We needed the residents to stay comfortable with what we were doing in marketing. I talked about that with them every 2 weeks and all that. Tried to find those balance points. So all of this wraps into responsible tourism. The whole, social equity piece is part of this. We have just in the last 10 days received the legal clearance on our trademark for the name. We've got skunked on a couple of the names we wanted to call this whole program. So we just got that okay in the last 10 days. So we're now packaging all this together, and we'll be rolling that out to the community here in late fall or early winter. But it's a huge undertaking, has been in the works. You've seen parts of it. But we're really excited about it, and it's been a whack of work, and we hope you love it because it's intended to be the essence of what Breckenridge is all about. So more to come on that.
Good teaser.
Yeah. Questions? Anything?
Hey, Lucy, do you know if the ski area is going to do the Wake Up Breckenridge?
We asked that question this morning in our in our team meeting. And that's another question on the list for Dan tomorrow. When we get an answer, Jeffrey, we'll let you know.
And do you have any sense the projection for other resorts, other similar resorts like, the Vales, the Steamboats, the Crested Buttes?
My sense from the conversations we've had at Cadmo, and nobody exactly shares their numbers, although we do look at the occupancy for Vail and Aspen and Jackson because they post there. So yep. Brett's always all over those. I think Vail and Aspen are doing quite well. They had good summers. Aspen in particular had a great summer. And Aaron, I heard the same things about Jackson getting it right. So we're going to take a look at that and see what they were doing relative to COVID. But I think the resorts that are more like the I-70 corridor resorts here in Colorado, and then the Park City group in Utah, I think those guys will, I think we'll all do as well as anybody. The outliers, the ones that are a little tougher to get to, like a Telluride, might struggle a bit more. NSAA has got NSAA is the National Ski Area Association, and they have really been able to coalesce the industry. I mean, all the players in there, and work on their safety programs for this year. And one of their lines, which I like a lot, we're going to share it tomorrow and maybe use it here, is give us a reason to have a season, wear your mask or do whatever the thing is going to be. But they've got a lot of language and a lot of ideas on what they put together for the winter that I think, we can just lift and tweak for town uses. And then we're consistent with what's going to happen on the Hill.
Cool. Excellent. Other questions for Lucy?
Great. Thanks,
right.
everybody.
Lucy, thank
Great
you.
work today.
Thank you. All right, we go to continued business with a second reading of Council Bill number 34, Series 2020. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 1 of Title 4 of the Business Town Code, known as the Town of Breckenridge Business and Occupational Licenses and Tax Ordinance, concerning the suspension or revocation of licenses, and this is an emergency ordinance.
Well, it's, Eric, it's not currently an emergency ordinance. We're going to ask the council to make it an emergency ordinance.
Okay.
This ordinance, if adopted, will change the process for the holding of hearings under the Bolt ordinance. Right now, the finance director, Brian, is responsible for holding those hearings. We thought that given the fact that he would be being the hearing officer to listen to his own employees make a case, just wasn't right. It didn't feel like that would be fair to the other party involved in the hearing. So this ordinance changes the process so that the responsibility for holding the hearing under the Bolt ordinance would be on the town manager or his or her designee. That we think is one step away from Brian. It seems to be a fairer way to conduct the hearing. There's also a few other changes that are marked in the ordinance with respect to the hearing process and procedures and penalties. At this point, there are no changes to the ordinance from first reading. However, in light of the council's discussion earlier this afternoon, it occurred to me that we could ask that this ordinance be made an emergency ordinance on second reading. The difference between an emergency ordinance and a regular ordinance primarily has to do with the effective date when the ordinance becomes effective. For a regular ordinance, it has to be published on the town's website, and then we have to wait for a while, which basically means 35 days from tonight before the ordinance would go into effect. If the ordinance was made an emergency ordinance and was adopted as such tonight, the ordinance would become effective immediately, which would, I'm not sure if Rick or Shannon is contemplating doing a hearing within those timeframes, but it would certainly make it easier and give us another tool to try to deal with some of the problems that we've been having with some Bolt licensees in the town. An emergency ordinance would require that the form of the ordinance that's in the agenda packet be amended. I've sent to the town clerk, the town manager, and hopefully it's been provided to the council, the language that needs to be inserted into the ordinance and to make it a legal emergency ordinance tonight. One other thing that you need to be aware of is the law requires that the council declare the need for making this ordinance an emergency ordinance. And as you will see, I basically said, because of the immediate need to authorize the town manager or designee to do the hearings. I think that's sufficient. This is purely in the council's discretion as to where to make it an emergency ordinance or not. And if there is interest in making an emergency ordinance, I will be happy to read into the record the additional language so that the members of the public will be able to hear, even though it's been provided in writing to the council and the town manager and the town clerk. I think we need to be clear with the public. So that's where I am.
Would you like me to read it in, Tim?
Yeah, Eric, I think that would be proper. I think that the motion needs to say, I move to adopt Council Bill such and such, Series 2020, in the form that is in the agenda packet with the following changes. And then you read in those 4 sections. The first, you'll note that Section 8 of the current ordinance will need to be deleted and be replaced with sections 8, 9, and 10 that I've provided.
Tim, would you like me to post it on the screen?
That would be great.
I have it ready.
Okay. Eric, since the members of the public can now see the additional language, it probably isn't required for you to read it. You certainly can.
Excellent.
But I think the motion would then refer to the adoption of the ordinance in the agenda packet with the changes that are shown in the document on the screen.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about this ordinance for Tim or about the changing it to an emergency ordinance? No?
Eric, one other thing I need to make clear, under the town's charter, the adoption of an ordinance as an emergency ordinance requires a supermajority of 5 affirmative votes.
Thank you, Tim. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this ordinance this evening? You have 30 seconds on the Q&A starting now. Jeffrey, you comfortable doing this one? Since you don't have to read it all in now?
Oh yeah, piece of cake. Don't hold me to that though.
Well, you know, I hate to break a streak.
Yeah. I think Tim's going to be very impressed.
Always, Jeffrey.
All righty then. I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I move we pass ordinance number 34, series 2020, in the form that is on the screen, which would make it an emergency ordinance.
Jeffrey, may I help you a little bit on that? It's close. It's actually Council Bill number 34.
Oh yeah, okay.
And it would be in the form that is in the agenda packet with the modifications that are on the screen.
Okay, let me try that again. I move we pass Council Bill number 34, series 2020, in that's referenced in the packet in the form that is on the screen. Is that all right, Tim?
I think that's right. Do all members of the council understand the motion? You're being asked to adopt on second reading Council Bill number 34 in the form that's in the agenda packet with the changes that are on the screen.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll
Just
call.
sorry I was cocky and I didn't. I'm sorry.
Roll call.
Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn,
Yes.
Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Ms. Sade,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right, motion passes with a supermajority. Thank you, Tim. We have the first reading of Council Bill number 35, series 2020, an ordinance amending chapter 16 of Title 1 of the Breckenridge Town Code concerning town contracts.
The town has its own ethics ordinance. This ordinance, if adopted, would amend the part of the town's current ethics ordinance that deals with when an officer or an employee of the town can be interested in or be a party to a town contract. The ordinance would add 3 additional circumstances under which a town officer or an employee would be able to participate and have a town contract. They're set forth. One is where the contract is awarded by a lottery, so that the determination would be made by chance there. The other is for a contract where the amount to be paid by the town is $5,000 or less. And the third is relates to a development agreement that a council member might be a party to if he or she was a developer and wanted to enter into a development agreement. The caveat there is that the affected town council member could never vote on the approval of the development agreement.
All right, any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Dick.
Eric, I think I should recuse myself as I have I've applied for one of the LEAP rental units for this winter and for my business to rent, one of those units for the winter, and that may be affected by this ordinance. So I'd like to recuse myself.
Excellent. Does everybody agree with Dick's recusal request?
Sure.
All right, thank you, Dick. Are there any questions of Tim on this? No, anyone in the public wish to comment on this first reading? You have 30 seconds starting now to go to the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen, type in your question or comment. We need the Jeopardy music.
You know, I'm looking at the my screen. I thought I had a fly on my head. It was just lint. It was like floating above me.
You're not powerful enough to have a fly in your head, buddy.
No, and plus I don't have enough hair to keep it warm.
All righty. Is there a motion? Public hearing closed. Is there a motion?
I move we pass on first reading Council Bill number 35, Series 2020, the title of which has been read into the record.
Dennis, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further council discussion? Roll call, please, Helen.
Ms. Sade,
Yes.
Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Mr. Carlton,
He abstains.
oh, Mr. Kuhn,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right, that's it for legislative planning commission decisions. Are there any call-ups this evening? Planning commission's decisions stand as presented. Any other matters tonight, gang? Jeffrey?
Nothing for me.
Dick? Dennis?
Nope.
Carol? Aaron?
No.
Kelly? And I don't have any either, so that's all we got. Rick, anything to add, or Shannon, for this evening? No. All right. Meeting is adjourned. Thanks for the sharp attention today, everybody. We'll do it again next Tuesday. And
Thank you.